This is the Troll Patrol. Live. With Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol. Live. It's a freaking Sunday. It's a freaking Sunday and the news be doing stupid shit. Shelly, Byronic, what's going on? I'm not high enough. I've got a wild one for you tonight. Listen. I'm going to update you on all the bullshit Israel be doing, because they be doing a lot of bullshit, right? We're going to talk about the Australian elections, where the Labour Party came out with a resounding victory. China now says that COVID originated in the U.S., which wouldn't be the first time. You ever heard of the Spanish flu? Started in Kansas. Trump says he doesn't know if he needs to uphold the Constitution. We're going to hear from a cardinal about the AI-generated picture of Pope Trump that the White House shared out over the weekend. I'm going to tell you about a cardinal who was apparently diddling some kids, taunted the Pope at his funeral. Trump met with Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio at Mar-a-Lago. President Sheinbaum of Mexico says she turned down Trump's request to help with cartels. Speaking of cartels, we're going to hear from the Sinaloa cartel. They're going to share their thoughts on Trump as a president. That should be good. Speaking of people who aren't gang members, Tennessee police have released body cam footage of a stop where it was a traffic stop involving Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The White House now touting this as proof that he was human trafficking, even though nothing came of the stop. He just apparently had a bunch of people in his car for work. David Hogg stood toe-to-toe with James Carville, and apparently Carville folded. That's how I understand it. Zoran Memdani, catching fire in New York, could be the next mayor. Conservatives voted out in several Texas school board elections. People having trouble getting a real ID. Apparently that's a thing that you're going to need next week if you're going to be flying. We're going to update you on the P. Diddy trial, the Harvey Weinstein trial. I'm going to tell you about another good cop that we have. A thief used a tow truck to commit vehicular robbery clinically. Good evening. I am your friendly neighborhood news gimp, telling you what that news be doing. A plane crash in Simi Valley resulted in several people dead. Dave Portnoy going ballistic over some student that held up an anti-Semitic sign. That student has been identified and has been suspended from Temple University, apparently. Speaking of racist controversy, there's a Smokey in my lap. That's not the racist controversy. Smokey is not racist. Smokey is like the sweetest cat ever, and I could never imagine using a racial slur. Right, Bubby? Yeah. Oh. Not Smokey. Speaking of racial controversy, a woman has raised over $600,000 because she called an autistic kid the N-word. I'm not joking. Apparently, remember when a few weeks ago we watched the trailer for the new Naked Gun movie? Apparently there's some controversy with the Naked Gun movie, and the original creator of the Naked Gun has taken to Dave Rubin's show to voice his displeasure. Guess the new one's a little too woke or something? I don't fucking know. A scientist is going to weigh in on the 100 gorillas versus a man debate. And a man in New York has been charged with having sex with a corpse on the subway. All that and a lot freaking more tonight on the Troll Patrol live. Good evening. Lenny, welcome in. We've had some wild weather here. And I don't even think... Did I say 100 gorillas versus a man? Sorry, 100 men versus a gorilla. I have my thoughts. I think the gorilla will win, but we'll have a scientist weigh in, tell us what they think. People say bad things about me when I say stupid racist shit. Donate to my GoFundMe, #blessed. I've not seen the video. We'll watch it together. We'll make up our own minds, but I can't imagine. As I understand it, it's just a woman calling an autistic kid the N-word, so I can't imagine there's more to the story, but white people thought it was enough to donate over $500,000 to this meth head looking woman. My God. A guy on the subway raped a corpse. They've been looking for him for a few weeks. I did the story when it first happened. He's now been arrested. They found the guy that raped a corpse. There are so many questions, because why was there just a corpse on the subway for this guy to stumble upon and decide, hey, that makes me horny? Yeah. So why was there just a corpse hanging out on the sub? Was it being transported somewhere? Tony, welcome in. How much have I donated? I'll donate a big bird to her. How'd you even know her fucking name? I didn't call her name. I didn't call her by her name. That's a little sus that you knew her name. I knew her name because I was looking up the story before that. I know. But it's sus. It's kind of sus. It's only a huge story in right-wing circles. It's not like... Several people watching my stream might not even know about it. If they're actually paying... Like, they pay attention to real news as opposed to, like, fake culture war bullshit. Fair enough. Probably a lot of people on the Twitch criticizing it. I haven't been on for a couple of days. My apologies. Thank you to everyone who checked in on me. I tried to make sure everybody knew that I was taking the weekend off. I do like doing the request show and wrestling, but sometimes you just need to fucking veg out for a couple of days, and that's what I did. I watched several movies. I watched Starship Troopers. I watched Wayne's World. I watched my final of the prequels, the Star Wars prequels. Feverishly masturbating, that happened as well. Why are you sending me PMs, Lenny? What? Oh. Hell yeah, music request. I will check that out at some point in time, if I can remember it. Thank you, Lenny. I appreciate you thinking of me. But yeah, sometimes you just need to veg out. That's what I did. I had never seen Starship Troopers, and people keep talking about how the right misinterprets it, and even the director has mocked right-wingers for not getting it. And after watching it, I'm like, oh yeah. All the right-wingers are probably like, we should still go after them bugs. We still be fighting them bugs. Even though it was clear what was going on in that movie. Played some video games, watched some TV, vegged out. That's what Curiouser messaged me on Friday. Asked me what I was doing. I was like, oh, I'm watching Starship Troopers. I've got pizza and chips and Oreos coming. You want to come over? I'm like a kid having a sleepover. Oh, God. I know what we're starting with tonight. I really don't want to get the news going. If the horrors of genocide are too much for you to deal with right now, I completely understand. Come back to us in about 15 minutes. We've got a lot to talk about. The Houthis fired a missile. It landed near Israel's Ben Gurion airport. This is apparently going to cause the Israelis to ramp up against the Houthis. The U.S. has already apparently struck them within like the last hour. We're gonna read from Al Jazeera here in a minute, but this is from Sky News about the Houthi missile that landed near the Israeli airport.
To the Middle East next, and a number of international airlines, including Lufthansa and Delta, have suspended flights to Israel's main international airport after a missile fired by Yemen's Houthi rebels struck near the terminal. Footage shows a plume of smoke near the passenger terminal at Ben Gurion Airport after the missile struck as passengers scramble for cover. The Israeli military confirmed several attempts to intercept the missile were unsuccessful and all flights were halted for a short time. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed to retaliate. A spokesman for the Iranian-backed Houthis has confirmed they fired the hypersonic ballistic missile which targeted the airport.
The airport operations were completely halted for more than an hour. With this, the Yemeni armed forces reaffirmed their warning to all international airlines to cease flights to Ben Gurion Airport, as it has become unsafe for air navigation.
He's got nice uniforms.
Alistair Bunkle, who's in Jerusalem for us. Pretty unusual, Alistair, isn't it, for missiles to successfully attack Ben Gurion?
Yeah, I mean, this is deeply worrying for Israel, and this has happened too close to home, as it were. The fact that a missile fired from Yemen has not only managed to evade Israel's missile defense system for ballistic missiles, the Arrow system, but also a US anti-missile battery, the THAAD system, and then land very close to the country's international airport. I mean, you know, a few more 100 meters to the north, and it would have been right in and amongst the airport itself. So it really
we'll just take that as a warning shot.
Israel, and we have seen the impact that's had very, very quickly. I mean, a lot of international airlines, British Airways, US carriers, the Lufthansa group as well, all suspending their flights for a number of days. Again, it's been very much on and off with international carriers coming to and from Israel over the last year and a half because of the ongoing war. And that is the impact that the Houthis are having. And really, you know, from a Houthi point of view, it's a pretty simple but effective tactic. I mean, they laid it out a couple of months ago. They said, we will continue to target Ben Gurion Airport. And so they have done so. And all they need is to be successful once, and I think you could argue that today's strike against Israel was, you know, successful in a sense because it has led to that reaction from international airlines, and that then has a major impact on foreign travel in and out of Israel and the economy and so on and so on. So, you know,
and so on.
To target Israel, they say it is in response to the ongoing war in Gaza. We've seen in return, particularly the Americans, but also actually the British in the past week, carrying out airstrikes against Houthi positions in Yemen. I suspect the Israelis will now carry out their own strikes, possibly tonight, possibly in the coming days. Benjamin Netanyahu has said that there will be a reaction. And so, it is posing a real threat to this country. And I think a lot of Israelis, I heard the explosion of the impact up here in Jerusalem. I heard it as we were having breakfast this morning, and that will have reverberated around tens of thousands of homes around central Israel. So it is very, very worrying that this missile managed to get through what is generally considered to be very sophisticated air defences.
OK, Alistair in Jerusalem.
Sophisticated air defences. Thanks to the U.S., strikes have begun. The U.S. participating in these strikes. We're going to go to Al Jazeera's rundown. Israel kills 40, the world complicit in the starvation of Gazan children. We're going to go over that here in just a second. Israeli Army Chief Eyal Zamir said the military issued orders calling up tens of thousands of reservists to expand the war on Gaza. Data analysis conducted by Al Jazeera's fact-checking agency, Sanad, shows more than 40 cases of disrupted landings for international flights at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv because of Houthi missile strikes. Iran's defense minister, Aziz Nasrallah, warned that Tehran will strike back anywhere in the region if the U.S. or Israel attacks his country. An investigation into the failure to shoot down the ballistic missile launched from Yemen that hit Ben Gurion Airport suggests there was likely a technical malfunction in the interceptor projectile. The Houthis said they will impose a comprehensive aerial blockade on Israel by repeatedly targeting its airports in response to Israel expanding its aggressive war on Gaza. Holiday, welcome in. Israeli soldiers, settlers harass Palestinian activists featured in the BBC film. This happening just like 30 minutes ago, posted by Al Jazeera. Issa Amro, who was featured in the documentary The Settlers, made by British-American journalist and broadcaster Louis Theroux, released footage online showing how armed soldiers and settlers raided his home in Hebron in the occupied West Bank. Amro said police also threatened him with arrest and told him not to file a complaint in what he said is another instance of apartheid imposed by Israel in the West Bank. The settlers felt emboldened because of the U.S. Trump administration's blind support. Do we have the actual video? Oh. Is it?
It may look like a scene from a Hollywood film, but this is life for people in the Masafer Yatta area in the occupied West Bank, with or without cameras.
Back to the car, back to the car!
Israeli settlers, some carrying weapons, stormed the village of Susia, attacking Palestinians.
Yeah, this is a video we watched a couple weeks ago.
Struggles like this that happen nearly every day are the focus of the Oscar-winning movie No Other Land. Activist Hamdan Balal was part of the film's crew. Settlers assaulted him before.
Okay, so the story we were reading was a different set of documentarians being harassed by Israeli settlers.
Was arrested.
A group of settlers and soldiers chased Hamdan until his home. His family, his wife and children were inside the home. He closed the door and stayed outside to protect them from the attack.
Hamdan's wife describes moments of horror.
My children were hugging me. They were terrified. They were crying and shouting, "We don't want our father to die."
The film No Other Land won the Oscar for Best Documentary just weeks ago, bringing Masafer Yatta to the center stage of the global film world. It's that attention that spurred Israeli settlers to put a target on the backs of people in the area.
They chased him, precisely targeting him for his profile because he's known because of the Oscar and the movie of No Other Land, and because they see Hamdan every day filming around the attacks in Susia.
Palestinians say they've recorded more than 45 attacks since the beginning of this year. They also face seeing their homes demolished as Israeli forces threaten to evict them from their lands. While Hollywood recognized a movie on the struggle of these Palestinians, on the ground, the reality remains the same. Even as the documentary is showing in cinemas internationally, activists in Masafer Yatta say they don't expect to stop filming. Fintan Monaghan, Al Jazeera.
Well, we are now joined by Hamdan Balal on the phone from Hebron in the occupied West Bank. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, Mr. Balal. We really appreciate it. Firstly, can you tell us what happened?
Okay, thank you so much. Yesterday,
I feel like we watched an interview with him. I wanted to hear from the other guy, the one that did the movie The Settlers. It's Issa Emro. My lord, welcome in. The same story we were just reading. I was hoping we had an interview with him. That would have been cool. Are Yemen's non-Houthi groups seeking U.S. support to attack the Houthis? Anti-Houthi factions in Yemen could be vying for U.S. support to attack the movement's territory, analysts and experts told Al Jazeera, following intensified airstrikes on Houthi targets by the United States. The war in Yemen has largely been frozen for the last 3 years. Still, groups aligned with the Yemeni government have started signaling they could launch operations against areas controlled by the pro-Iran Houthis, including the crucial port of Hodeidah. Hodeida. I fucked that up really bad. Now this is the part where I really need to hit you with the content warning. We're going to hear from an American surgeon who went on with CNN International to talk about his 6th trip to Gaza. This happened with Christiane Amanpour just a couple of days ago.
Dr. Atta, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
It has to be said, no rest for the weary, because you have come back from all of that, heavy work in Gaza, immediately into working at the hospital. And I think you're joining us on your lunch break.
Yeah, but it's all good. I had a day of rest. I ate a lot. I slept a lot. Spent some time outside, and I'm recalibrated. So. All
right. This was not your first trip to Gaza, and we've spoken about, what you've encountered before. Just tell me, because it's been 2 months of a total siege and constant bombardment, and we hear
a complete blockade of aid.
Correspondents can't get in. What is it like for you trying to treat the civilians?
Yeah, this was my 6th time, and it gets worse every time. And I don't know where to start. My first night, they had a bombing where 60 civilians were killed, and they had about 200 wounded, and the emergency room is just overflowing with patients. There's patients on the floor. There was an 8-year-old boy who was gasping with blood, foaming at nose and the mouth, and then next to him was a 6-year-old girl. Her head was open with her brains exposed. Her intestines were falling out of her belly, and those are what they call hopeless cases. They're just put on the floor, and all I could do is tell their family members, just hold their hands, because they're not going to make it. They're going to die. But when you have 50 more people who are being assessed and triaged, you have to prioritize and move on. And the local doctors that I worked with, for them, this is how they've been living for the past 18 months, and they're really good at it. They really know how to save lives. But the psychological torment of just seeing, I remember a 10-year-old girl, her leg was hanging on by just threads of spaghetti, and she underwent an amputation of her leg. So it never gets easy.
No, I'm sure it really doesn't. We have seen the pictures that you're sending, and we're going to show another one now, because I wonder if you're noticing different kinds of injuries and, people come to you trying to, practically with various different bits of their blown up family members. We have a picture, which I'm going to actually ask you to explain. It's a man carrying the partial remains of his daughter in a bag, and we do have the sound as he was describing it, and then we'll talk to you about it.
Yesterday, we were baking, and children were around me beside the toilet. 2 missiles fell on the building beside. Today, I went to look and found her under the rubble, marred and torn into pieces. Dogs torn her apart. I found the head, hand, and foot. May God have mercy on her.
Dr. Atta, how did you respond? He came to you, and it's just physically incredible to watch a father hold a discarded aid bag full of his child.
Yeah, that was a tough night. The night before, we had about 30 people killed and about 100 wounded, and they said there were many more still buried under the rubble. And we worked for 24 hours straight, and it happened more than once, and you can barely stand. But that was the morning, and we were just hoping things were quiet, and things were quiet. But he just showed up, and he looked so numb. I thought he just needed help, needed some directions. But he said that he was at home, and a bomb landed. His daughter was in the bathroom, and he went back to find her remains, and he just found her head and bits and pieces of her arm and leg, and put them in a burlap bag and brought her to the hospital to be buried. And he was just looking for directions to the morgue. And I was just horrified. I was aghast by what I was seeing. But for the locals, their attitude was, this is Gaza. This is what we see every day. This is really not a big deal. And for me, the fact that those sorts of scenes are normalized, I don't think a horror movie could fictionalize how these scenes are any more sick, twisted, and disturbing.
Of course, the Israelis continue to insist that they're just looking for Hamas. And we now hear from the Washington Post reporting.
There's Hamas in the room with us.
Saying that Israel is dramatically altering Gaza's map, declaring about 70% of the enclave either a military zone or under evacuation orders, pushing hundreds of thousands of Palestinians into what appears to be ever-dwindling territory. Were you able to see any of that, and how did it impact, the conditions people are under?
Yeah, you see people living in tents, you see people living in the rubble of their homes, and they've moved 6, 7, 8 times, and many of them are just living out of bags. They have very little. There's not a lot of food. There's not a lot of water. Every day is a scramble for food and for water. The hospitals are these little oases, almost like, I guess you could call palaces in the middle of an apocalyptic wasteland of dust and rubble, because they run on generators sometimes. But even they're running out of supplies.
And what about a day in the life of the hospital you were in, the Ali Hospital? It was struck in the middle of April, and various reports say it was the last fully functioning hospital. Just tell me about, what you had to do after that strike, and what is the amount of aid and hospital care that still exists in Gaza?
Well, Ali Hospital at the time was the main trauma hospital for Gaza City. So that's where I was based. I was working with local surgeons. So that was the hospital that saved lives. If you got injured, you were brought to Ali. The emergency doctors there knew how to triage. They knew how to perform life-saving procedures. And they knew how to get people to the operating room quickly. And they knew who wasn't going to make it. But the night I was there, I got woke up by one of the nurses screaming at me to run. And I didn't really know what was going on. There was misinformation that the army was invading, that they were going to bomb the hospital. But when I came downstairs, there were still about 40 to 50 patients. And a lot of them little kids. They have amputations, broken bones. They're with their families. So about 100 people left in the building. And so me and just a handful of nurses, we decided, we didn't really know what was happening, but we just decided we were going to stay with them because If the hospital was going to get bombed, we decided we were going to die with our patients, taking care of them, not running away from them. And then the hospital did get hit, and portions of the ceiling collapsed on us. We all thought we were going to get buried alive in the building, but all we felt were the reverberations and shock waves from the building that was hit next to us. And when that happened,
this man's a hero.
Hours, we were sort of cut off trying to figure out what was going on. And then when morning came, daylight came, we saw staff trickling back into the hospital. And the hospital was out of service in the sense that we could no longer take care of anybody injured. So they were bringing in people injured off the streets, but because we had no emergency room, no emergency department, people that could have been saved were packed into ambulances and driven to another hospital about 2 to 3 miles away. And as of now, Ahli is still trying to pick up the pieces. All they're doing are they're just taking care of the patients that are currently there. But the hospital has no capacity to take care of acute injured.
Yeah, and we've got actually pictures of you there, drilling a pin into a gentleman's arm. And then there's a picture of you placing a pediatric chest tube. You say, of course, that's not in the wheelhouse of an orthopedic surgeon, which you are, but in Gaza, anything goes. And so I just wonder also, they say that no medicine is coming in, no food, no water. What is the actual conditions as the international aid agencies, the UN-based agencies are saying they're running out of everything?
It has been a complete blockade since Israel violated the ceasefire.
So that video of me putting in the pin, I'm not wearing a surgical gown. There are no surgical drapes. I'm just wearing gloves, and I'm drilling a pin into a man's bone, and that's not ideal. But they're running out of that stuff, and they have to preserve it when they think they actually need it. And their concern is that they're going to get to zero, and they won't have any more of it. And the way we see it, we're just, as a doctor, an American doctor, we're not the main characters. We're just supporting actors, and we're just there to help and assist the locals. But the locals are just saying they don't have enough, and they're pretty much running on fumes and using what little they have. So it's not ideal to do, for example, an orthopedic surgery with no gowns and no surgical drapes. It's always not ideal when you have an orthopedic surgeon putting in a pediatric chest tube, but when you have 50 people and you're trying to help as many as you can, people just chip in wherever they can.
I wonder what, after all these trips, the emotional toll is for you, and whether you come back and you bring these stories and your pictures to your elected representatives, your congresspeople and your senators, and I don't know, what sort of an answer do you get? Or even to Israeli authorities on your way out?
I mean, all I can do is say what I'm seeing. So it's a small world, and none of us stand alone. And there are a lot of people and a lot of pain. And if all it means for me is to show up and be a doctor and bear witness to suffering, and then tell people what I'm seeing, if that lays one small brick towards a foundation of peace and healing, then to me that's worth it. But that's pretty much all I can say is what I'm witnessing.
Do you, and it's important, do you intend to go back?
I hope so. I hope so. Like I said, if given the opportunity and the privilege to help and make a difference, I think anyone would do it.
Well, maybe not anybody, but there are a lot of phenomenally dedicated doctors and humanitarians like yourself, and thank God for that. Dr. Attar, thank you very much indeed for joining us from your hospital in Chicago, where I guess you're going back on shift again any minute now.
Yeah, I'm at Northwestern, and I'm going to get back to clinic.
All right.
Thank you for making time.
Yeah, fucking wow. That dude is awesome. I don't think that I, as a news show, have probably given enough time to Gaza and the plight of the Palestinian people. I could do a segment like that at the start of every show, every night, with a different person giving their firsthand account. Baldy, welcome in. But if you're already motivated to act, it's not really my job, but I also feel a responsibility. You know, like, people get their news from me. And so I like to inform people. I like to be on top of things. Working Gal, DJ Dub, Baldy, welcome in, friends. I am not high enough for this shit, so let's go to something that's not as heavy, shall we? The rest of the show, not as bad until we get to, you know, corpse fucking. We do have corpse fucking on tap for later. Let's go to Australia, where Labour winning a victory What up, Big Decoy Foot? What's going on, my friend? A historic re-election of PM Albanese.
A resounding victory and an historic win for Anthony Albanese and Australia's centre-left Labor Party.
In this time of global uncertainty, Australians have shown...
Motherfucker out here talking like he's a Dana Carvey character. In this time of global I'm sorry.
In this time of global...
I'm not mocking the Aussies.
Australians have chosen optimism and determination.
Albanese holds on to his prime ministership.
Albanese,
the first Australian leader in more than 2 decades to win back-to-back elections. The party building on support from the last election and securing a majority in Parliament. A disappointing outcome for the centre-right Liberal National Coalition, with challenger Peter Dutton conceding it wasn't their night.
Now, we didn't do well enough during this campaign. That much is obvious tonight, and I accept full responsibility for that.
The results doubly dismaying for Dutton. Not only has his party lost the election, he's lost his seat in Parliament, one he has held for more than 2 decades. As a result, his party is now without a leader.
Wow! So the same thing happened to him as happened in Canada, where Pierre Poilievre lost his seat that he had held, I think, for 2 decades. Insane!
Full responsibility for that.
The results doubly dismaying for Dutton. Not only has his party lost the election, he's lost his seat in Parliament, one he has held for more than 2 decades. As a result, his party is now without a leader. Just a few months ago, the coalition had been ahead in opinion polls. But experts say policy confusion and mixed messaging on the campaign trail was some of the factors behind their massive loss. Local issues like cost of living and house prices dominated the election campaign. In his victories...
Oh yeah, that's a huge issue in Australia, because one of the things that they're facing is their economy is not diversified. They are very, very heavily invested in fossil fuels. And the handful of billionaires they have there are all invested in the fossil fuel industry of the country, and it's really causing a stagnation of their economy.
Speech, the Prime Minister said his government will leave no one behind, investing in the youngest Australians and looking after older Australians too. Labor has pledged to cut student debt by 20% and make it easier for families to access subsidised childcare. Donald Trump also overshadowed the campaign. The opposition leader had tried to position himself as better placed to negotiate with the US president over tariffs. It's a message that experts say didn't resonate with voters.
This has been a very competent government that's presented itself as very competent, and I think that has, to some degree, taken that shine off some of the criticism.
Shit, like fucking the Biden government was competent. That wasn't enough to win them an election either. Fucking are Australians smarter than us? I didn't think so.
Analysts also indicated comparisons to President Trump may have not worked in Dutton's favour. The Liberal Party spokesperson said their effort was negatively affected by the Trump factor. Albanese seemed to allude to that influence in his victory speech.
We do not seek our inspiration overseas. We find it right here in our values and in our people.
The work will continue on Sunday morning for Albanese and his team. For now, a night of celebration. Senior Labour figures are calling this victory a win for the ages. Jessica Washington, Al Jazeera, Sydney.
And Donald Trump looks like he's just batshit crazy. I'll take dementia over batshit crazy any day. I don't get it. Like the idea that Biden was incompetent because he was too old and has dementia. Like, have you seen Trump? It was just a wild criticism to come from the right. China firing back at Trump suggests that COVID-19 originated in the U.S. in response to Trump's allegation. I think they're just trolling us at this point. But now, just to be clear, this has historical precedent. What we call the Spanish flu, we now know originated in Kansas. So it wouldn't be the first time that the U.S. has been really xenophobic about a pandemic, and it turned out we were the cause. China restated its case that COVID-19 may have originated in the United States in a white paper on its pandemic response released on Wednesday after President Donald Trump's administration blamed a lab leak in China. The White House launched a COVID-19 website on April 18th in which it said the coronavirus came from a lab leak in China while criticizing former President Joe Biden.
Come on, man.
Former top U.S. health official Anthony Fauci and the World Health Organization. In the white paper released by the official Xinhua news agency, China accused the U.S. of politicizing the matter of the origins of COVID-19. It cited a Missouri lawsuit which resulted in a $24 billion ruling against China for awarding protective medical equipment and covering up the outbreak. China shared relevant information with the WHO and not the band, the World Health Organization, and the international community in a timely manner, the white paper said, emphasizing that a joint study by the World Health Organization and China had concluded that a lab leak was extremely unlikely. The U.S. should not continue to pretend to be deaf and dumb, but should respond to the legitimate concerns of the international community. Substantial evidence suggested the COVID-19 might have emerged in the United States earlier than its official claimed timeline and earlier than the outbreak in China. The CIA said in January the pandemic was more likely to have emerged from a lab in China than from nature, after the agency had for years said it could not reach a conclusion on the matter. It said it had low confidence in its new assessment and had noted that both lab origin and natural origin remain plausible. An official at China's National Health Commission said the next step in origin tracing work should focus on the U.S., according to Xinhua, which cited a statement about the white paper. I mean, I don't know. We did not have insane stories about mystery illness here in the U.S. that we had coming out of China in like November. I do believe it started earlier than what they're saying, because China says it's like December 10th. I want to say that before Thanksgiving, I was already seeing stories about mystery illnesses. So I think it started a little sooner. 5 years on, the countries that never locked down from COVID. Let's talk about this. A lot of right-wingers want to talk about, like, were the lockdowns a success? Were they a failure? In March of 2020, billions of people stared out through their windows at a world they no longer recognized. Suddenly confined to their homes, their lives had shrunk abruptly to four walls and computer screens. Around the world, national leaders appeared on television telling them to stay put, only leave the house. You know, national leaders while they were having parties, like one Mr. Boris Johnson. In London, theater worker Tony Beckingham and his partner decided to use then daily exercise to cycle into the center of the city one evening. We thought it'd be really fun to see no one around. It wasn't. Places the pair knew well, like Piccadilly Circus and Leicester Square, perennially abuzz with people, were chillingly quiet. It was really upsetting instantly. But a handful of countries did things differently. Sweden, Taiwan, Uruguay, Iceland, and a few others never enacted a lockdown, and never enacted a lockdown that involved severe restrictions on the movement of people, such as legally binding stay-at-home orders applied across large swaths of the population. Those countries instead chose other measures, such as restrictions on large gatherings of people, extensive testing and quarantining infected people, or travel restrictions. 5 years later, the scientific studies and data have piled up, offering a detailed long-term assessment of whether these countries were right to reject the most drastic of public health interventions. Scientists have tried to answer, I wanted to base it on facts like how many people died. She said, could we have saved a lot more people if we'd had a lockdown? Scientists have tried to answer that question. This is in Sweden. Ingeborg Fortham at the Norwegian Institute of Public Health and researchers in other countries, including Sweden, published a study in May of 2024 that compared excess deaths in Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland during the first year of the pandemic. While Sweden avoided strict government-imposed controls, instead relying mainly on voluntary behavioral changes from its citizens, the other three nations imposed strict lockdowns. In the early stages of the pandemic, Norway, Finland, and Denmark closed schools and most other aspects of public life while also asking people to work from home. But they stopped short of confining people to their homes in the way other countries like the UK did. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the researchers found a noticeable spike in excess deaths in Sweden during the initial waves of the pandemic during the spring and winter of 2020, when COVID-19 was able to spread more freely than in neighboring nations. But while excess mortality fell in the three other countries in 2020, it rose compared to Sweden's in 2021 and 2022. The four countries have comparable number of excess deaths when you account for the fact that the population sizes differ, says Fortham. What lockdowns did affect in part was the timing of when spikes in excess deaths occurred. Of Norway's approach, Fortham adds, we probably kept some older and vulnerable people alive for a longer period, whereas authorities in Sweden were criticized in 2022 over high numbers of deaths at care homes. Some economists have combined similar data with comparisons of economic performance indicators between the same four Nordic countries to argue that overall, Sweden's approach was justified due to the relatively low economic costs. But such arguments are controversial, and the lack of a lockdown in Sweden remains an area for heated debate among some. So apparently what the data seems to say is that Sweden just allowed what was inevitable to happen. Another study by a group of German economists who modeled, but because the economy didn't shut down, it was actually worth it. That's their outcome. Another study by a group of German economists who modeled how a lockdown could have affected pandemic outcomes in Sweden suggests that the substantial voluntary restraints enacted by people in the country appear to have replicated some of the effects of a lockdown anyway. One Swedish epidemiologist, Nell Brusselers of the Karolinska Institute, has criticized her country's COVID-19 strategy. She moved to Belgium during the pandemic. I'm a medical doctor, so of course I care about lives. We want to save every single life. She says many of her fellow Swedes are still in denial about COVID-19, though some have come to question the lack of lockdown in recent years. Brusselers, who lived in Sweden in 2020, notes how her posts about COVID-19 on social media resulted in fierce pushback from some who disagreed with her stance on lockdown as an appropriate strategy. You get so much hatred, she says, that's not something I was used to. Even today, some people find it hard to move past the hostility they faced on the topic of lockdowns. One university researcher approached by the BBC for this article said they were so traumatized by the abuse they received online in 2020 that they never intended to comment on COVID-19 control measures or lockdowns publicly again. Great call, guys. That's exactly what we need, stopping the experts from being able to speak up. Furthermore, some people who lived in countries without lockdowns and who disagreed with their government's approach are still reeling from the experience. Tanzania never had any COVID-19 lockdowns. The country's former president, John Magufuli, who dismissed lockdowns and other public health interventions, died in 2021. Magufuli's approach to the pandemic was unscientific, says history lecturer Fadili Martini. I could go for Martini right now. He advocated for traditional herbs, and later he rejected vaccines. But Martini recalls visiting hospitals where members of his own family had passed away of an illness. I saw people suffocating in the hospitals, he says. The hospital said, "We should not say it's COVID." Official figures suggest around 840 people have died of COVID-19 in Tanzania since the start of the pandemic. Martini says that the government has not made accurate statistics available. However, an international collaboration aimed at estimating the global excess deaths during the first 2 years of the pandemic has put the total number of deaths in Tanzania at somewhere between 102,000 and 188,000. Many scientists emphasize that lockdowns were crucial for saving lives in the early part of the pandemic before vaccines were available, and also for limiting the pressure on health services. By March of 2020, this pressure was already severe in the UK, says Adam Kurchowski, professor of infectious disease epidemiology at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. The NHS was overwhelmed, Kurchowski explains, referring to the emotional testimony of doctors who have spoken to the UK's public inquiry into the government's COVID-19 response. It's ridiculous to suggest that the NHS wasn't under effectively breaking pressure by that point. Kurchowski also says that because of the UK's global connections to the large number of young people who live together or with their parents compared to Sweden, for example, it might have been much harder for the UK to control COVID-19 transmission without imposing a lockdown. He also points to a 2021 study that attempted to quantify the effect of specific government interventions on the spread of COVID-19 using data from 41 countries. It reveals that certain aspects of national lockdowns might have been more impactful than others. The researchers found, for example, that banning gatherings of more than 10 people or closing schools and universities were especially effective, reducing transmission by more than 35% on average. Shutting restaurants and bars seemed to make slightly less difference to transmission. What's more, the researchers suggest that adding a strict stay-at-home order on top of such measures only had a small additional effect in terms of slowing down COVID-19, estimated at below 17.5% on average. Countries that chose not to lock down severely may also have had more time to prepare for the arrival of COVID-19 or social and structural reasons as to why the SARS-CoV-2 virus was less likely to spread quickly than versus other nations. Even then, there are surprising comparisons to be made. Take Iceland and New Zealand, for instance. Both are wealthy island nations with relatively small populations, but while New Zealand introduced a strict lockdown on the 25th of March, Iceland never did. They, as in Iceland, had more of a mitigation strategy, says Leah Grout, a research data analyst specializing in public health at the Southern California University of Health Sciences. Grout was lead author on a research paper about the contrasting COVID-19 strategies and outcomes of these two countries. Iceland introduced a test and trace program in which infections and contacts between people were monitored so that individuals, rather than the entire populations, were asked to observe quarantine for a time. This measure was also used in many countries that also applied lockdowns. When these lockdowns were lifted, Iceland had some restrictions on social gatherings, and it did close its borders to some travelers. New Zealand had one of the lowest mortality rates globally with their approach. Iceland also fared pretty well. Plus, the economic impacts on both countries were limited, she adds. Other researchers have made similar findings. Much was written in 2020 about various countries' efforts to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic, but in retrospect, that seems much too early to come to any real conclusions. Uruguay was lauded at the time for apparently managing to keep COVID-19 at bay despite never enacting a strict lockdown. The country's government enforced some forms of social distancing, including the closure of some gyms, and Uruguay's borders were also closed to certain travelers, for instance. But ports remained open, and there was no stay-at-home order affecting the entire population. A study published in 2024 found that while excess deaths were low in Uruguay during 2020, they actually rose substantially in 2021 and 2022. Excess deaths in 2021, for example, were nearly 19% above the expected figure based on historical trends. The study's authors put this down mostly to the spread of COVID-19, but add that impacts from the pandemic on the ability to provide healthcare in other ways probably also played a role. Similarly, Japan was able to keep mortality from COVID-19 to a relatively low level in the early part of the pandemic, but by the summer of 2022, COVID-19 deaths had reached 36,200. Today, they stand at over 130,000. So, fascinating piece. It would seem to suggest that certain measures like closing schools were more effective than a total lockdown, but in the United States, a lot of people use schools as daycare. So without providing resources for parents to be able to stay home, I don't see how you could just, close schools. And leave, bars and restaurants and shit open. Oh, hold on. Let me get the clip of this. Trump says he does not know if he needs to uphold the Constitution. This is from an interview with Meet the Press. What a wild fucking clip. It's what he takes an oath to, by the way. Literally takes an oath to uphold the Constitution.
Even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me. And they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. What you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
But even given those...
Yes, Stephen Miller lied to you and told you that you won in the Supreme Court. We're well aware of that. Over the weekend, he tweeted out a picture of... truthed out, probably. Probably was not on Twitter, but who knows. A picture of himself as the next pope. Trump wants to be pope, apparently, now. Cardinal Dolan responds to the controversial online post by Trump.
Today, the Vatican marked the final day of the official mourning period for Pope Francis. The conclave to select the new pope begins this week, but today the focus was on President Trump after he posted an AI-generated image of himself as pope. Today, Cardinal Timothy Dolan responded to the controversial post.
Hope he didn't have anything to do with that.
Are you offended by...
I mean, honestly, he'd fit right in with the Catholics.
Well, it wasn't good.
The New York State Catholic Conference also criticized the image, posting on X, quote, "There is nothing clever or funny about this image, Mr. President." And you can watch Mary Calvi's reporting from Rome starting tonight at 11. She'll be there for the
Papal Conclave. Nobody gives a shit about the Papal Conclave. I'm sad I'm going to have to hear about this over the next couple of weeks while they try to select a pope. Check this one out. An Opus Dei cardinal stands over the Pope's dead body wearing his cardinal robes. This is in defiance of restrictions imposed on him by the late pontiff. The Pope apparently defrocked him for being a child molester. One Louis Capriani was disciplined in 2019 after being accused of sexually abusing a minor. Pope Francis banned him from making public statements and from wearing cardinal vestments. This is him standing over the Pope wearing his cardinal vestments.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
Usually I'd have to applaud an act of defiance like this, but this man's a kitty diddler, so kind of a gigantic piece of shit. To stand over Francis's dead body in open defiance of the restrictions the late Pope had placed upon him is a hugely provocative public statement. It's also a show of force from ultra-conservatives ahead of the upcoming conclave. Capriani's actions show a complete lack of remorse. The message is clear. The Pope is dead. Now it's time to restart the party, the man allegedly abused by the cardinal told a news outlet. Krail, welcome in. His actions echo how the allegations were handled by Opus Dei. He's part of that fucking weird cult. When he came forward, they refused to listen to him. Not long after that, he started to receive threats and told that if he went public, he'd be sued and his identity leaked. Opus Dei has a long history of ignoring victims. J.D. Vance is part of Opus Dei, isn't he? And of using its sprawling global network and vast wealth to cover up abuse. Apparently has a history of covering up men like Father McCloskey here in Washington, D.C., who was accused of sexually abusing a woman. Trump would fit right in with those motherfuckers at the Vatican. Child abusing pieces of shit. He gave the commencement speech at the University of Alabama. Was it Thursday? Thursday night? Friday night? Something like that. Delivered the commencement address, of course, made it about himself. Responded to new impeachment attempt while he was giving a commencement address to a college.
And others investing $500 billion each. We've never had a period of time in 2 months, because we're here for 3 months, a little bit more. But give me a break for the first month. Had to get a little acclimated. Had to see where the enemy lies, because they're already looking to impeach Trump. These crazy people. Let's impeach him. For what? We don't know exactly, but we'll try it. These people are crazy. So we had to, get our bearings for the first couple of weeks. So in 2 months, we had over $8 trillion, think of it, committed. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. There's never been anything like it in any country at any time, and it's all because they want to avoid the tariffs. We want to get here fast. And I said, a number of times, tariff is the most beautiful word in the world, and I got absolutely decimated by the fake news. They said, what about love? What about your wife? What about your parents?
What about love? Don't you want someone to care about you? Sorry.
Absolutely decimated by the fake news. They said, what about love? What about your wife? What about your parents? What about religion and God? So I said, all right, it's the fifth nicest word I've ever seen. And since I've done that, I've been in good shape. Nobody's bothered me. They've been very nice. So it's the fifth most beautiful word I've ever heard. But it's making us very rich, and you'll be seeing the results pretty soon.
I'm sorry, this was Trump responded to new impeachment. Did he say anything about impeachment?
And others investing $500 billion each. We've never had a period of time in 2 months, because we're here for 3 months, a little bit more, but give me a break for the first month. You know, had to get a little acclimated, had to see where the enemy lies, because they're already looking to impeach Trump. You know, these crazy people. Let's impeach him for what?
Oh, okay.
No, exactly, but we'll try it. These people are crazy. So we had to, get our bearings for the first couple of weeks. So in 2 months, we had over $8 trillion, think of it, committed. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. There's never been anything like it in any country at any time, and it's all because they want to avoid the tariffs. We want to get here fast. And I said, a number of times, tariff is the most beautiful word in the world, and I got absolutely decimated by the fake news. They said, what about love? What about your wife? What about your parents? What about religion and God? So I said, all right, it's the fifth nicest word I've ever seen.
Meatloaf. I watched Wayne's World. That's hard to say. Wayne's World. Meatloaf was the doorman, wasn't he? Like, there were all kinds of cameos in that movie. I may be wrong. It could have just been another weird-looking guy. Looked like Meatloaf. But it could have been Meatloaf, for all I know. We watched Meatloaf on Live Music Monday a few weeks back. It was pretty good. I've had a hair in my eye for the last 2 days. I think it's still in there. It's not bothering me the way it was yesterday. Like, my eye was just watering all day yesterday. When my buddy was having his existential crisis while we were tripping, like, he started like, what is time? It's all memories. I'm trapped in time. And he's like going off on this shit. I'm like, man, those are emo lyrics. Shut the fuck up with your emo lyric ass. Pretty sure it's still in my eye. It sucks, but like, what are you gonna do about it, right? Looked up how to get like fucking hair out of your eye. It's apparently like it just works itself out eventually. My eyes should be bald, yeah. Now I think I've fucked with it. Now it's starting to water again. God damn it. And yeah, I watched movies all weekend while my eye was twitching because of the hair in it. Not high enough for this shit. Woke up and my eye was all crusty because it was watering all night and shit. Trump had a very special meeting at Mar-a-Lago over the weekend. Proud Boys ex-leader thanks Trump for pardon at a Mar-a-Lago encounter. Enrique Tarrio said he told Mr. Trump that he had saved his life by including him in the blanket grant of clemency for January 6 defendants. Enrique Tarrio, the former leader of the Proud Boys, said he personally thanked Donald Trump on Saturday night for issuing a pardon that cut short his 22-year prison term. Mr. Tarrio's expression of gratitude came during a brief but extraordinary encounter with Mr. Trump at Mar-a-Lago, the president's private club and residence in Palm Beach, Florida. Tarrio and his mother, Zuni Duarte, were invited to have dinner at the property by one of its members, according to a senior administration official who was not authorized to discuss the episode publicly. The club member introduced Mr. Tarrio and his mother to Mr. Trump as the president was walking through the main room at Mar-a-Lago on his way toward the table on the patio. Mr. Tarrio, Ms. Duarte, said in interviews that they spoke with Mr. Trump for about 10 minutes, recalling that he told them he believed that his supporters who faced charges arising from the Capitol attack had been mistreated. A White House spokesman did not respond to an email seeking comment. Mr. Tarrio said that he told Mr. Trump that the president had saved his life by including him in the blanket grant of clemency extended to all of the nearly 1,600 people who were charged in connection with January 6th. He knew the hardships me and my family faced for 3 long years. Congress. Mr. Tarrio later wrote about the encounter on social media. He knew how many times they moved me, and he said he is working on making things right. I thanked him for giving me life back. He replied with, "I love you guys." Mr. Tarrio's 22-year term was the stiffest penalty faced by any January 6th defendant. Since his release from custody, Mr. Tarrio has been involved in a number of ventures, including a podcast and a crypto coin with some of the other members of the Proud Boys, a far-right extremist group who were convicted with him of seditious conspiracy at a trial 2 years ago. Hundreds of people descended each night on Mar-a-Lago for dinner. The guests all go through a screening process by the Secret Service. Ms. Duarte said that Mr. Trump immediately recognized her son's name when the club member introduced him, quipping, "Oh, you're that guy." Mr. Tarrio said the president also knew the names of some of his co-defendants in the sedition case: Joseph Biggs, Ethan Nordine, Zachary Rell, and Dominique Pizzola. Mr. Tarrio said he was not sure what Mr. Trump had meant when he declared that he was trying to make things right for the hundreds of January 6th rioters who received his clemency. It's wild. I had an argument with a right-winger the other day, and I said that people were convicted of sedition, and he said, no, they were convicted of seditious conspiracy. And I was like, that's sedition involving more than one person. You realize that, right? No, sedition's a higher charge. I'm like, no. It's the same charge. Conspiracy just means they did it with other people. Right-wingers are morons. Well, let me grab this one real fast. I wasn't going to do it, but it seems to fit here perfectly. The Department of Justice has reached a settlement in theory, apparently. I don't know what that means. In principle, the DOJ reaches agreement in principle to settle a lawsuit brought by the family of Ashley Babbitt.
Details about 35-year-old Ashley Babbitt, who was shot and killed by a Capitol Police.
I bet this is an old story.
Video captures the moment she fell to the ground during the chaos. He's got a gun! As others warned of the danger, medics then rushing her to the hospital, but she later died. A documentarian says he witnessed the shooting.
She was going strong, and next thing I know, she was shot. I do remember yelling guns when I saw guns and trying to warn her from going in. It was very slow motion because I was trying to, in my mind, trying to capture this scene.
Inside the House chamber, they broke the glass. Lawmakers were hiding, including Congressman Markwayne Mullin, who is defending the officer's actions.
He didn't have a choice at that time. The mob was going to come through the door. There was a lot of members and staff.
See, this is how you know it's old.
That were in danger at the time.
Babbitt was a 12-year Air Force veteran living in San Diego with her husband. Her family describes her as loving and says she was a staunch supporter of the president.
She's my only granddaughter. I'm sorry.
Her grandfather says Babbitt attended every Trump rally she could.
Excellent patriot, an avid Donald Trump fan.
Well, that's not a patriot. Sports cards.
Time in the military. She's passionate about everything, particularly Donald Trump for some reason.
The U.S. Capitol Police officer who
for some reason, she was in a cult.
Leave pending an investigation.
So yeah, this is a really old story. The Department of Justice.
Cameras, the social media video, the searing.
Stop it, ABC. That's why I don't use you. The Department of Justice has reached an agreement in principle to settle a lawsuit brought by the family of Ashley Babbitt, a pro-Trump rioter who was shot by a U.S. Capitol Police officer during the January 6th Capitol riot. The details of the proposed settlement were not made clear during a Friday hearing before federal judge Anna Reyes of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. Babbitt's family members sued the government in January of 2024, seeking $30 million for what they allege was her wrongful shooting death by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd. Byrd was cleared of any wrongdoing following an internal investigation into the actions leading up to his shooting of Babbitt as she tried to climb through a broken window that led to the House Speaker's lobby, where several lawmakers and their staff were sheltering from rioters. Babbitt's attorneys disclosed the agreement in principle was reached during the hearing, which was convened on an emergency basis after one of Babbitt's prior attorneys sought a preliminary injunction on Friday to ensure he received payment for his work on the case if a settlement was formally announced. Robert Stitch, the lawyer for Babbitt's family, said he expected Robert Stitch, the lawyer for Babbitt's family, said he expected the family to sign the formal settlement agreement within the next 3 weeks. President Donald Trump has repeatedly expressed his solidarity with Babbitt's family and called for justice for what he has said was, I'm getting choked up on this one, for what he has said was her murder at Byrd's hands. In line with his broader vocal support for the pro-Trump rioters who attacked the Capitol to overturn his 2020 election loss. They shouldn't get anything. President Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico saying she turned down a request by Donald Trump, who offered military aid to crack down on cartels.
El día de ayer.
Yesterday, it appeared in a United States newspaper,
de los Estados
in the Wall Street
en el
Journal,
Wall Street Journal, que
that
el
President
presidente Trump, en una de las
in one of the calls, told me that it was important for
era importante que entrara
the United States military to enter Mexico
para ayudarnos
to help us in the fight against drug trafficking.
Y quiero
And I want to say
que
that it's true that in
las llamadas, pero no así como
some of the calls,
dijo en qué les
but not as mentioned, he said, how can we help them to fight drug trafficking? I propose that the United States Army come in, help.
¿Y saben qué le dije?
And do you know what I said to him? No, President Trump.
El territorio es
Territory is inviolable. Sovereignty is inviolable.
no se vende.
Mexico will not be sold.
La soberanía se
Sovereignty is loved and defended. Man, a lot of leftist politicians really make a name off of standing up to Trump, aren't they? Australia, Canada, Mexico. Some of our closest allies, ironically. Socialist Aunt, welcome in. Speaking of cartels, Trump offering military support to help take down cartels in Mexico. Let's hear from the Sinaloa cartel. They apparently told CNN what they think of old Trumpy boy.
Right now we're just...
Ooh, the video contains graphic images.
This
Our
group of
favorites.
volunteer paramedics on that motorbike.
Ya no aguanto con este brazo yo, güey. Si te lo quito te vas a sangrar. El muchacho tiene una hemorragia.
He has a hemorrhage which could be fatal.
Mortal.
She used to work for Vice, didn't she? Fucking CNN doing the reporting that Vice used to do in the late 2000s. Shit.
Si te lo quito te vas a sangrar.
War Machine, welcome in.
Hemorragia.
He has a hemorrhage which could be fatal.
Mortal.
Here, hold this.
This area is very heavily populated by cartel members. And right now this guy is losing a lot of blood, so it's a bit of a race against time.
Esto es riesgoso para nosotros.
This is risky for us because the ambulance is very late and we are exposed here.
Violence erupts almost every night here in Sinaloa, Mexico, the heartland of one of the most powerful criminal gangs in the world, the Sinaloa cartel. Once led by the notorious
Missed it.
El Chapo, This cartel is responsible for selling huge quantities of drugs to US consumers.
The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing.
President Donald Trump is pressuring Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum to crack down on the cartels, threatening tariffs and even military strikes. In response, hundreds of soldiers have already been added to the troops here in Sinaloa. We've come here to understand what that looks like. From hidden drug labs and defiant cartel members.
Está fea la situación.
The situation is ugly.
And soldiers on the front line.
Seriously, this is just like a Vice piece.
Over the state of Sinaloa, over this massive expanse of rural land, looking for any signs of cartel activity.
Thank you to CNN for picking up their reporters. We've got at least 3 of them.
This is more cannabis than I've ever seen in my life. The scale
not me.
is just enormous. I mean, this is a whole
Light one up, tip one back.
marijuana here. These guys are going to be camped up here for the next few days, just trying to destroy field upon field of cannabis, of poppies. So is this area safe?
Yes.
Why?
Area. We need to make aerial reconnaissance and then vehicle and then on foot. And here is the poppy field.
Oh, wow.
So they slice the poppy to get the opium, and they start the process to get heroin.
So how much heroin does a field like this produce?
2 kilos.
2 kilos. The soldiers burned
Not the poppies.
Marijuana.
Why?
But it's synthetic drugs that are responsible for most of the 87,000 Americans who've died of overdoses in the space of a year. These drugs, like fentanyl and meth, can be produced in much bigger quantities, generate enormous profits, and are easier to hide.
Criminals build their work areas in places least accessible for the authorities to discover.
I can smell it from here. It's very strong.
Okay, look over here. This is an area with chemical products. The cartel came, worked 2 or 3 hours, produced 20, 50, 100 kilos of methamphetamine. They finish, they leave, and they take the production with them. This laboratory won't be rebuilt elsewhere. Everything here will be destroyed.
In the first 6 months of Sheinbaum's presidency, thousands of suspected cartel members have been arrested, and more than 140 tons of drugs have been seized. But the reality is, more than 1,200 people have also been killed in Sinaloa in the past year. Hundreds more have disappeared. An uncomfortable fact for the Mexican military. In downtown Culiacan,
I mean, there is a argument to be made about the cartel is using the drugs to finance their violence, to buy guns. I understand, like, taking out the cartel's drug operation helps undermine the cartels, which are a problem and are a scourge on the citizens of Mexico. So, but also, you could have done that. Like, you could have actually, like, confiscated the marijuana, sold it. The government could have sold it or some shit to the people and let them fucking actually, like, why waste it like that? Why just burn the poppies? Could be used for medicine. It just doesn't make sense to me.
The capital of Sinaloa, the military's narrative that they are fully in control begins to unravel. The rates of violence are still extremely high here. Since September, when this war between 2 factions of the Sinaloa cartel exploded, people have been dying on a daily basis. Very stark reminders here of people who are missing, who've been disappeared as part of this cartel war between the 2 factions that's playing out right now. All very recent cases. This was last week, 23-year-old went missing.
Those you cannot say if they are real.
What do you mean?
Those flyers are old.
No, this is post the date here.
Why are the soldiers telling her
This is the 22nd of March.
Propaganda.
Missing, right?
Sí, pero, o sea, esto es una copia. It's a copy. Who put this? We don't know.
As we're talking,
He's saying fake news.
Locks our camera. You mean it's not verified? Yeah. Presumably people
Hello, welcome in.
posters for the fun of it. They're putting them up because they're missing family members, right?
I don't know.
What's up? You don't want us filming it? The military steer us off and invite us to film something else.
What in the...
We call the number on the poster of the missing woman. Her name is Vivian Esporo. Her family tell us she disappeared 17 days ago. We promise
Carla,
to follow
welcome
up
in.
on her story. But who are the men running this criminal network, wreaking havoc on people living here? We part ways with the military. So we've just entered an area of the city that is still very dangerous. After weeks of trying, our contact here on the ground has managed to secure a meeting with a member of the cartel who's involved apparently in the production of drugs. And so we're meeting him now in somewhere around here in an undisclosed location. ¿Cómo estás? This man is talking to us on the condition we hide his identity and location. Can I pull up a chair? He says he produces fentanyl for the Sinaloa cartel. How safe or dangerous is this area to be in?
En estos momentos todas las áreas son peligrosas.
Right now, all the areas are dangerous.
We're making a big effort to crack down on the drug production here. How are you responding to that, and how does that impact your work?
Están haciendo.
You're doing a good job.
Pero pues como
There are more of them now, so we have to find a way to keep doing this, to keep working. Of course, on a smaller scale, not the same as before.
No igual como antes, pero.
But it continues.
Se sigue haciendo.
I mean, according to the Trump administration, you are a terrorist. I mean, the cartels have been labeled a foreign terrorist organization. What do you make of that?
Está fea la situación.
Well, the situation is ugly.
Pero pues,
But we have to eat.
What's your message to Donald Trump, if he's watching this?
I respect. According to him, he's looking out for his people.
Para los suyos.
The problem is the consumers are in the United States. If there weren't any consumers, we would stop.
There is a lot of violence playing out on these streets here at the moment every day, right? I mean, people are dying on a daily basis. Children are afraid to go to school. Do you have any sense of remorse over your role and your involvement in this group?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
Claro que sí. Claro que sí. Pues está triste.
Things are sad, but, well,
está triste.
Things are sad. As he wears a Joker hat.
His phone is pinging. Someone is nearby. He tells us we need to leave for our own safety. It's because of the actions of cartel members like these that civilians too are caught up in this violence. Vivian Esporo, the missing woman from the poster, was one of them. Her body has just been found. I'm so sorry for your loss, I really am. Are you able to tell me a little bit about your sister?
She was a happy girl. She had everything she ever wanted. She was very loved. She really likes cats. Harry Styles, Lady Gaga. We wanted to go to her concert together. Not anymore.
I mean, there has been, there's massive escalation in violence here over the last few months with this conflict taking place. Do you feel like your sister...
They were going to see Lady Gaga together.
Sí, creo que...
Yes, I think that.
No creo que...
I don't think she got involved with any dangerous people.
Ella no se metió con ninguna persona peligrosa, pero la violencia...
The violence raging here in Culiacan led to this. Because before there were codes.
Había códigos y se respetaban.
Women and children were respected.
I mean, the authorities are saying that they're going after the bad guys, they're making a lot of arrests, they're going after the drugs, they're going after the weapons. Do you feel like they're not doing enough?
No, no están haciendo.
No, they're not doing anything.
Culiacán se ha vuelto un lugar.
Culiacan has become a place where it's impossible to live.
Thank you for talking with us.
Culiacan.
So strong. She'd be so proud of you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, really.
Thank you.
Aww.
Gracias.
Thank you for telling my sister's story.
For Vivian's family, the authorities' efforts amount to nothing more than anguish.
Rest in peace. I love you. Damn, that was really good reporting. That's fucking twice tonight. CNN had the best. I think both of these were CNN International, though. I think our domestic CNN not anywhere near as good as CNN International is. Both of those were the two best pieces of reporting we have watched tonight. That one and Amanpour interviewing the doctor that was in Gaza. Yeah, that one was rough. Let's go from members of gangs to someone who is not a member of a gang. An actual gang, the Tennessee Highway Patrol. Or this might have been the Cookeville County Sheriff's Office or something like that. Released video of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's traffic stop from 2022 that the White House has claimed was a human trafficking investigation, which I don't think was anything of the sort. We're only going to watch about a minute and a half of it. The entire thing is about an hour and a half long. This is the AP.
How are you? Good, and you? All right. Everything good? You got a bunch of people in here, don't you?
It's 1 for 6, yes. Go back to work.
Gotcha. Where are you working at?
Where?
Where?
San Luis, Missouri.
Missouri?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I'm from Maryland.
Okay. Come right over here.
Okay.
So they make a big deal about like there's 8 people in it, but it's like a fucking Tahoe. So like there's seriously room for 8 people to be in a Tahoe. Might be a little tight, but like there's 7 seats? I thought it was like a fucking car, like a clown car with people shoved in it, but that's a little fucking different.
Come right over here.
Okay.
So nothing illegal?
No, sir.
Okay. Where did you say you was coming from?
So I coming from to San Luis, Missouri. The project is over there. So right now it's done. 2 weeks over there.
Okay.
So right now I'm going back to home.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So stay right there. I'm gonna get my dog out. Okay. But
Get the dog out.
There's 8 people in there.
yeah, I know. I didn't know that. They put an extra row of seats in there.
Yeah. So he's getting paid to all these people, probably to Maryland, I would say, if I had my guess.
He said they all work together. Is what he's telling me, but he's the only one that knows English.
So let me ask you this: they don't have any luggage in there, right? And if you get them out, they're gonna have a toothpaste and they're gonna have toothbrushes in their pockets. I guarantee it.
Okay. So yeah, like nothing seemed odd, I guess. With the right wing going ballistic over this. This is Jesse Waters on Fox reacting to this footage that was released.
Because every day another shoe drops on the Maryland dead. He was a suspect in a human trafficking operation dating back.
Suspect in a human trafficking operation. That wrong. The extent of them thinking that he was human trafficking was that bald ass cop from Tennessee thinking that he was trafficking whoever this person and the people in the seats are. Who knows what he could be taking them to a Mexican restaurant or something. That sounds kind of racist. But they tend to work like as a family or something. He could have been paid by people that he knew to drive a family to go and staff a restaurant somewhere. He says they're co-workers. There was no human trafficking operation, so Waters wrong from that part.
Hands on the body cam. But you're seeing Van Hollen changed his tune because every day another shoe drops on the Maryland dead. He was a suspect in a human trafficking operation dating back 3 years. And Fox Digital just got their hands on the body cam. But you're seeing it here first. Tennessee Highway Patrol stopped Kilmar for speeding and noticed he had 8 other people in the car. All no luggage. Take a look.
Hello, sir. How are you? Good, and you? All right. Everything good? You got a bunch of people in here, don't you?
It's 1 for sick. Yes. Go back to work.
Gotcha. Where are you working at?
Where?
Where?
St. Louis, Missouri.
Missouri?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I'm from to Maryland.
Where do y'all live at?
Where I live? I live in Maryland.
Maryland?
Yeah, Oxon.
Whose vehicle is it?
What, excuse me?
Whose car is it?
It's to my boss.
Your boss?
My boss, yeah.
Where's he live?
And apparently everything was in order. They let him go.
My boss right now is staying in Maryland, but he lives in Texas.
Okay.
Houston, Texas.
After talking to Kilmar, the officers had no doubt he was trafficking.
You know what you got?
Did they?
He's hauling these people for money. You got an ass hauler is what he's doing. But sometimes they commingle dope. And
No. But
he,
did you see how squatted the back end?
there's 8 people in there.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know that. They put an extra row of seats in there.
Yeah. So
So they're all comfortable.
probably to Maryland, I would say, if I had my guess.
He said they all work together. Is what he's telling me. But he's the only one that knows how English.
So let me ask you this: they don't have any luggage in there, right? And if you get them out, they're gonna have a tube of toothpaste and they're gonna have toothbrushes in their pockets. I guarantee it.
Okay.
$1,500 cash in his pocket in an envelope.
So in the video, you can see one of the cops making a phone call. The body cam audio cuts out for 10 minutes. Sources told us that on that call was Joe Biden's FBI, which advised police not to detain Kilmar at the time. That source also tells us Highway Patrol called Biden's ICE, and they never showed up. Biden's guys said an MS-13 gangster, suspected human smuggler and released into the country. God knows what he did and was never caught for before Trump deported.
Oh, I believe they called the FBI. The FBI was like, you don't have any evidence? Well, you can't detain them. Like, what? Like, what? And then the way he frames it, Joe Biden's FBI let him go. Like, Joe Biden was on the phone. And it's like, oh, you have to let this MS-13 terrorist go.
Come on, man.
Mexicans won't leave without dental care standards. They all have their toothbrushes.
Because every day another shoe drop.
So
call, the body cam audio cuts out for 10 minutes. Sources told us that on that call was Joe Biden's FBI, which advised police not to detain Kilmar at the time. That source also tells us Highway Patrol called Biden's ICE, and they never showed up. Biden's guys said an MS-13 gangster, suspected human smuggler and wife beater.
Biden's guys.
God knows what he did and was never caught for before Trump deported him.
Wow. That was just disgusting propaganda. T-minus. Human, welcome in. He's not suspected. There was no human trafficking operation. All that was bullshit. Literal 1984 shit over here. I saved this whole thing last week. We never ended up watching it on stream. I would like to watch this clip. Apparently, James Carville comes around at the end. He and David Hogg finally hashing it out on the Tara Palmerari show. It apparently ends as a love fest, and James Carville becomes a fan of David Hogg.
I just, not to be, I was saying it in the fall of 2022, consistently saying, he's too old. And I said, look, at the time I was 79. I have some idea what the job of president entails. I know what aging entails. They're not compatible. It doesn't work that way.
How does the party move forward from that? Like, how do they just say, like, okay, how do they message around
Just move forward. Don't talk about it. Just move forward.
I want to address what you said, James, about the dropping out stuff. I've talked about this publicly. When I met with President Biden, it was in 2023 in like September or something like that. Maybe it was like early October. When I met with him and he asked me, how do I win young people? What I wish I said is that you need to drop out. Of course, I would have been laughed out of the room. I would not have been taken seriously, but at least I would have told him what he needed to hear rather than what he wanted to hear. Even if we don't agree here completely, James, part of what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to ensure that, frankly, that's one of my biggest regrets is not saying that. And I'm thankful that you did, James, and I'm not going to forget that mistake that I made, and that's why I'm trying to speak out now and do what I think is right in this moment.
Don't feel bad. If I would have been you, I would have never done this. If I'd have been 25 years old and wanted some future in Democratic politics, I was able to do it because there was nothing they could do to me, all right? And you should not feel bad about it. All right, you should not feel bad at all. You knew the way you felt. And by the way, not many people did. And people would call me and say, man, you can say this shit, but I'll get in trouble if I say it. I said, you're right. But because I can say it, I'm going to say it.
Exactly.
And if I had to.
Yeah, where were the party elders? Where were the people who were working for him at the time? Like,
right.
They were the ones.
If I were you, I would not feel bad. I can assure you that if I were in your situation at a comparable time in my life, in a comparable position, I would have done exactly what you did.
And what I'm trying to change, thank you for saying that. I think what I'm trying to change.
It became a love fest.
Broadly speaking, the culture that we need to change in our party is we need to build a culture where people are told what they need to hear rather than just what they want to hear a lot of the time. And I think that's a major part of what we've got to change.
Hogg trying to get new blood inside the Democratic Party. If you have not heard from him before, I would like to introduce you to some new blood in the Democratic Party. Zohran Mamdani, running for mayor of New York City, actually polling well. NYC may actually avoid a Cuomo mistake for re-electing Eric Adams and may actually elect a progressive, possibly.
Sir, thank you for making time.
No, please, thank you for having me.
Big day today.
Yeah.
This is your first major rally here in the city since declaring your bid for mayor. What are you expecting today, and how has the energy been going into this so far?
You know, what we've seen since we launched this campaign more than 6 months ago is that New Yorkers are hungry for a different kind of politics. They're hungry for a politics that puts working people first. And tonight, we're expecting more than 1,000 New Yorkers to join us as we chart out the way in which we're going to win this race and win a city that New Yorkers can actually afford.
And how are you charting that forward? What are you thinking? How are you going to?
The rent is too damn high.
No, please.
Yeah, you guys have you've raised a bunch of money, $8 million. You have more than any other candidate right now in this race. What fueled that, and how do you expect this rally to fuel that even further?
You know, we've said from the beginning that we have a politics that requires no translation. It speaks directly to the crises that are affecting ordinary New Yorkers' lives. And so we have committed that we're going to freeze the rent for more than 2 million New Yorkers. We're going to make the slowest buses in the country fast and free. We're going to deliver universal child care to each and every New York family, whether their kid is 6 weeks or 5 years of age. And ultimately, when New Yorkers hear that, they know exactly how it impacts their life, because that's the struggle they're living. They're living the struggle of the absence of that. And so what this rally is going to show is the energy and the excitement behind those demands, behind this movement, and also the fact that in these next 50 or so days, we are going to spread this message to each and every New Yorker across the 5 boroughs. Because even though we're in second place in poll after poll after poll, 50% of New Yorkers still haven't heard from us yet. And the people who are going to join us tonight are the same ones who are going to knock on more than 1 million doors by June 24th.
Yeah, there's a few ways to see second place. Some people, they'll see it as, this is not what I want at all. And others, it's a hopeful stance. Why do you think you're in second place?
I think he's talking about policies he can immediately
New
implement.
Yorkers are struggling to afford this city. They are struggling to make ends meet. They are thinking about the fact that they may have to leave. And we have been the campaign that has a relentless focus on an economic agenda, telling New Yorkers that we not only see their struggles, we have an answer to how they can actually get past them. And what we've seen is that of the candidates in the last few months, it's just been former Governor Cuomo and ourselves that have been gaining at this level of support. And now we are the best positioned campaign to turn the page on a chapter of failed leadership in our city and our state, and to finally deliver a future that gives New Yorkers what they deserve.
And you've been basically praising yourself as a candidate for the future, and you said you wanted to freeze rent. We went to the Rent Guidelines Board last week, and they're proposing a 7.75, as much as a 7.75 increase in stabilized rent, because these are landlords that are struggling to pay their buildings as well. What do you say to landlords who say, we don't want you to freeze?
Well, I understand.
Fuck them landlords.
This will impact their ability to profit. And ultimately what that same board found is that landlords of rent-stabilized units saw a 12% increase in their revenues in a year when the median household income for their tenants was just $60,000. Now, I represent Astoria and Long Island City in the state assembly. I have had an 82-year-old woman come into my office, tell me that her rent is now double that of her Social Security check, and her landlord has filed for eviction. We were able to pull out every stop to keep her in her home, but there are so many other seniors who do not have that assistance in their lives, and they're being pushed out of the places that they grew old. And ultimately, what we need is a mayor who's going to side with New Yorkers to keep them in their homes and take all of the steps necessary to ensure that we keep costs down, even for those landlords. Because what we've seen with this mayor is raising the water bill to the highest it's been in 13 years, siding with Con Ed when they wanted to raise gas and electric to $65 a month, and promising to take on the property tax system, but then betraying that promise after instead defending it in court time after time after time and losing each time.
100%. And so what's your message to those who say,
100%.
I don't fund this with my taxpayer dollars? If you're going to freeze the rent-stabilized apartments, how are you going to fund that?
So a freeze doesn't actually cost any money from the city, and what we've actually found in studies is that it would generate nearly $7 billion in savings for those tenants that they would be able to put back into the local economy and into their savings. And ultimately, what we need to do is make this a more affordable city. This is a policy that would say tenants would pay the rent they're paying this year, and they would pay the same amount next year. And that's what we need. We need that stability in New Yorkers' lives, because too many New Yorkers don't know if they can afford to call themselves a New Yorker next year, because they know that their salary might not go up, but their rent is damn sure going up.
Yeah, you just said people who don't know if they're going to be able to call New York.
If the left can take power, it's a big fucking if, in the ruins of the MAGA movement. If fascism doesn't take hold and the left actually is able to come to power on a popular movement, 2028 beyond, election reform is something that's needed sorely, from eliminating the Electoral College to fucking I 100% think we need to not allow gerrymandering anymore. I think this is something AI would be fantastic for. You could have AI draw congressional districts that don't follow politics. We can have fucking competitive congressional districts all across the country. I wouldn't mind a parliamentary system where whoever wins the most seats in Congress gets to, the party leader gets to be president. But then the whole party leader shit kind of fucks with us here in this country. Ranked choice voting, I don't like. We need a whole package of plans to put forward should we be able to retake power at some point in time. But at this point, it looks more like we're going to have to fucking pick up guns and have a 5-point proposal for how we're going to reform the system. Sad, but true.
The folks are leaving in droves.
Yes.
So what's your message to keep people here in New York City and to secure their vote?
We have to make this a city they can afford. And for so long, we've heard about this exodus of millionaires and billionaires. The truth is, it's working and middle-class New Yorkers who are leaving our city. We lost nearly 20% of black children and teenagers in our city's population from 2010 to 2019 because of how expensive it is to raise a family here.
She may very well pull it out in 2028. Rocky, welcome in.
Coming out of their mouth is Long Island or the suburbs because they don't know how they can do it here. That's not natural. That's not acceptable. We can change that. We're going to do that by making it cheaper to live in the city.
And you want to tax the top 1%, you said, and also millionaires specifically?
Yes, I want to tax two groups. The first is the most profitable corporations in the state. I want them to be taxed at the same levels they are in New Jersey, an 11.5% corporate tax rate for the top earners in corporations. And the second group are the 1% of New Yorkers who make $1 million or more a year. We would increase their taxes by a flat 2% increase, which is $20,000 a year, which is a rounding error if you're making $1 million.
And speaking of taxes, what's your stance on this congestion tax so far? What do you think about how that's been implemented here?
I think she's going Senate.
Side with the governor?
And I think she will be excellent in the Senate.
Your stance on congestion?
I've appreciated the governor's fighting for this, for congestion pricing, because what we've seen is that its promise is being fulfilled. The promise being less congestion, the promise being better air quality, faster speeds for buses, and I've heard from so many that they are now appreciating the ease with which they can get around their own city that they didn't previously have before.
So you're for...
Yes, I've been a supporter of congestion pricing because of not only the revenue it generates for public transit.
Apparently, it's amazing.
Which it makes it easier to
People are raving about congestion pricing.
I have heard from so many bus riders who were frustrated that the average speed of a bus in that central business district used to be 5.8 miles an hour. That's me when I get off the train and walk up the stairs. That's not how it can be any longer. And I've long said we need to increase public transit service alongside this tax, and I was proud to have led a campaign called Get Congestion Pricing Right in the State Assembly, which won more than $12 million for increased bus service, and we continue to need more.
Okay. And you've had a strong stance on the war in Gaza. You've called it genocide before, and
yes.
New York being the second highest population, the Jewish population, second highest place with Jewish population outside of Israel. What's your message to voters who don't necessarily agree with that language you've used so far?
You know, what I would say is that I am running to represent each and every New Yorker. And what we've seen, especially when Jewish New Yorkers are being polled as to their top concerns.
They're against genocide too.
Number one, we see affordability. Number 2 and 3, we see the ability for elders to age in place. We see the fact that family caregiving needs to be compensated, and then we see discrimination. And I'm proud to be a candidate who is addressing each of these issues with a platform that is clearly addressing the affordability crisis here, that is fighting for seniors to remain in their home, that is looking to ensure that families who are providing childcare for their children are also receiving compensation for doing so. And finally, by putting forward a platform to create a Department of Community Safety that will tackle the very real crisis of anti-Semitism in our city by increasing funding for anti-hate violence prevention programs by 800%, the largest increase of any campaign in this city, and one that reflects that Jewish New Yorkers, like every New Yorker, deserve to be safe in this city, and no longer can we accept the skyrocketing rates of these acts of violence.
Got you. And you've separated yourself from Mayor Adams in several ways. What would you say?
I would hope.
Administration you would possibly consider.
I would hope he's the polar opposite of Eric Adams.
I think he has taken some steps in the right direction when it comes to the management of trash and containerization. I think that that's promising, that we need to see a city that is more in line with modern standards across the world. And I also have appreciated the fact that his leadership team looks more like New York City than previous mayoral administrations. And I think that that's something that we should continue to keep, is a team that reflects the city itself.
All right, and my last question for you. How would you establish a broader appeal outside of primaries if you were to secure the primary for Democrats?
Well, it's New York.
Message across the aisle to New York voters.
The primary is pretty much the race.
He supported President Trump by much more than in this previous election so far.
You know, I think the crisis of affordability.
They may throw something at him.
New Yorker, because every New Yorker has pockets that they are looking into and finding that they just don't have as much money as they used to. And I've spoken to a lot
of whole Red Scare on him,
who voted for
This is the home of Wall Street.
They told me one of the most motivating factors of it was this focus on affordability and how he kept speaking about the cost of groceries. As the only campaign that has a plan to guarantee cheaper groceries through a network of municipally owned grocery stores, one in each borough, I believe that that is a way in which we can build a coalition across the aisle and deliver the New York that every single New Yorker deserves, one that they can actually afford.
What's going to surprise voters most about you within the next month or so before primaries?
I think what will surprise them about us is the fact that we have no ceiling in this race. We are going to continue to grow our support until we get to more than 50%, because that's what we're going to do. We're going to win this race.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Zohran Memdani, candidate for mayor in New York City, has raised the most money. That's insane. I'm stepping on a cat somehow. Why are you under my feet? Members of Texas School Board who happen to be conservative got voted the fuck out. Texas School Board has voted out 3 conservative members in Mansfield. Voters in Mansfield Independent School District overhauled the school board in the May 3rd election, with challengers unseating incumbents, including the board president and secretary, in all 3 contested races. Texas is among the states that have seen a recent... God damn it. I'm not stomping on my cats. I would never stomp on my cats. I love them. I just somehow his tail got under my foot. Maynard. Hold on, I'll try to get him. Say hey, Maynard. He's licking his lips. He ain't gonna say anything though. He talks to me all the time. I wish he'd talk to you guys. My cats are AI. If they were AI, then it wouldn't have hurt when Maynard got me in the balls earlier today. Texas is among the states that have seen a recent rise in book bans, with the Lone Star State issuing 625 bans during the 2022-2023 academic year. The vote also followed a charged election season fueled by heightened outside political involvement and growing debate over the influence of partisanship in local school governance. Anna Alicia Horn, a data management professional in the event ticketing software industry, defeated incumbent Kazia Valdez Farah in a race for the Mansfield ISD School Board. Horn secured a 60% of the vote victory, unseating Farah, a realtor and current board president who had served since 2021. Ooh. So some of these nut jobs that came in during 2021, 2022, and the backlash to COVID are getting unseated now that people realize they're nut jobs. Jason Cannon II, the director of visual and performing arts for Fort Worth ISD, won the race against incumbent Bianca Benavides Anderson, a sales consultant completing her first term on the board. Cannon got almost 60% of the vote. One Republican said after the loss, Mansfield has gone to hell. State Democrats argued the results were a sharp rebuke of Republican Governor Greg Abbott's Texas school voucher policy. The election fell on the same day that Abbott signed new legislation making more than 5 million students eligible to receive state funds for private school education. The state is set to allocate $1 billion over the first 2 years of the program to provide education vouchers for families. The law's passage, Texas becomes the 16th state to extend public funding eligibility for private school tuition to all students. It comes after and it was a very contentious vote even in Texas. It comes after the Texas Senate approved legislation that sought to increase parental control over the books available in public school libraries. Senate Bill 13, filed last month by Republican State Senator Angela Paxton, passed with a 23-8 vote and now advances to the Texas House for consideration. If enacted, the bill would shift final decision-making authority over new library materials from school librarians to local school boards. It would also establish a process allowing parents to request the removal of specific books, which would be taken off shelves pending a school board review. This was Abbott signing the school choice voucher program
of our state is going to be hinged in a meaningful way to what we do in this state in educating the next generation of Texans. And that's why I am all in on ensuring that we use multiple strategies to put Texas on a pathway to do a better job than ever before in the history of our state to improve education.
Governor Hot Wheels, a man that actually won a lawsuit over the accident that paralyzed him, and then did tort reform so people couldn't get the same kind of payout he did. He's a real piece of work. There is some wild stuff going on in Texas. Let's get off the politics. Some of you that might have to hit the skies, you need to fly. The real ID deadline is coming up. Apparently, it's more difficult than the government makes it out to be in order to get your real ID, though.
Well, in exactly 3 days, everyone who wants to get on a domestic flight or enter certain federal facilities in the United States using a license will need to make sure it's a real ID. Florida and Georgia's departments that handle state IDs and licenses say both states are 99% compliant. But today, our Haja Bal spoke with a Jacksonville woman who is facing obstacles in getting her real ID.
Now, if you don't have a gold star on the top right corner of your ID, that means you're not real ID compliant, and you will not be able to get through TSA and board your flight.
At this stage of my life, I have to prove that I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm brokenhearted.
The deadline to acquire a real ID is soon approaching. Starting on May 7th, state-level IDs will no longer be accepted at the airport checkpoints unless they are real IDs. Susan Demron tells First Coast News she's been struggling to secure her real ID. She was born in a military hospital on base in Japan, and her parents have been deceased for over 8 years, and her parents' legal documents are no longer available.
My parents and I flew back to the United States from Japan, okay? My passport would be 70 years old. Now, the DMV said they would take an expired passport, but it's no longer available.
To obtain a real ID, applicants must provide several documents, including a valid unexpired U.S. passport, an original or certified.
Is this Scottie Pippen? Did they get Scottie Pippen to pose for that Florida driver's license?
Several documents, including a valid unexpired U.S. passport, an original or certified copy of their birth certificate, and if they're born abroad, a consular report of their birth abroad is required. Demron tells me she feels defeated with the hope of getting approved for her real ID.
I applied to the Department of State Tuesday. They said it would take up to 15 days, so at this point I don't know whether they've accepted it or not. So I'm just in a waiting stage at the moment.
Now, if you had a license renewal since 2010 in the state of Florida, you are real ID compliant. Demron is urging people not to wait to the last minute.
I'm having a hard time. You know, I don't mind research, and you know, I'm okay with the computer, but there are going to be folks out there, they're not going to know where to start.
Now, according to TSA, if you're not Real ID compliant or can provide a different form of acceptable identification, you can expect to face delays or have the possibility of not being able to board your flight. In Jacksonville, Hajabal, First Coast News.
Yay!
Side.
Let's make flying harder. Yay! I don't fly. Your gas station used to have stickers on the pump advertising a mixtape by someone called Scotty Drippin'. And that's amazing. I refuse to fly. I want to take marijuana with me everywhere I go. I drive. I know that kind of limits the areas I can go to, but I drive. As many stories as I've done about airplanes here on this show, especially that one where we watched the reporter go in and the people that were working on the planes, they were like, would you fly on this plane? And they're like, no. Like every single one of them was like, no. would not let my family on this plane. So just not only do I have a fear of heights, because I know the statistics. Flying is safer than driving. I know statistics. Globus, good evening. Outsmart all your problems with travel by not going anywhere. I like to go places, though. I like to do things. I'm almost because I don't fucking leave the house very often. But I do, like, it's not like I have a fear or anything, agoraphobia. I just don't have a reason to go anywhere. All my shit's here. All the fun shit I like to do is here. The cats are here. Have you seen my cats? They're awesome. So, like, but like, yeah, there's concerts I like to go to. There's events that happen. Sparkles apparently sent me the thing for the Shrek rave. I don't know if I personally would attend a Shrek rave, but get me on some drugs and I totally would be about a Shrek rave. Hey, he must have heard me talking about how cool he was. Here's Smokey. Curiouser and I are probably gonna go get some dippy tacos. She said she's had dreams about those dippy tacos since we went to that taco place the other day. So I'll probably take her to go get some dippy tacos at some point in time during the week. Because they were really fucking good. We got dippy tacos, and she had never had like cheese dip with chorizo in it. Because like I didn't think we were getting cheesy dippy tacos. I thought it was just going to be dippy tacos, but like they apparently had a shit ton of cheese on them. So I was like, oh, let's get some cheese dip, so we got something cheesy meaty with our dippy tacos. It was so fucking good. I love queso dip with chorizo in it. It's perfect. Queso dip is good, but then you add the chorizo and the chorizo grease, and it's got that little bit of spice. And this place had a fucking salsa sauce bar. Like they made all their own sauces. Like they had homemade ranch. They had a chili sauce and a fucking avocado salsa. Oh my God. You have, yeah, sure, you know, birria tacos. That's the actual scientific name for them. But Sparkles always called them dippy tacos because that's what you do. You dip them in the consomme. Fucking queso is the shit. I usually make my own queso. I'll get a block of queso fresco, right? But like fucking, there's something about restaurant queso, and they make their own chips and shit. Always on point. Okay, anyway, I'm getting really fucking hot. I'm getting really hot. I'm getting really fucking hungry. What the fuck is a Shrek rave? Hold on, she sent me a video. That's I mean, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, this is not a video of a Shrek rave. I don't know what this is. This is a video of someone getting ready to go to a Shrek rave. Remember, it's Sparkles.
Lord Farquaad.
You want a fucking 10-piece or a 6-piece?
Lord Farquaad.
Shrek rave EDM. Pre-Shrek rave festivities. Are we seeing one that is that Shrek? That's Lord of the Rings or some shit, isn't it? Oh, it wants me to log in. I think it's it's a Shrek themed rave. They probably do remixes to like what's the song? And then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. Boom. And then there was the Smash Mouth song, right? I've only seen Shrek the one time. Like mid-20s? Mid-20. They'll get ready to 2010. Mid-2000s, sometime maybe like 2005-ish. I saw Shrek. Very high. Very high. I don't remember the music that's in it. I feel like there's a Smash Mouth song and then the Monkees, but it might not be the Monkees doing the Monkees song. It might be somebody covering it. Hold on. The Shrek soundtrack. That's Shrek 2. I don't want Shrek 2. I want Shrek 1. Music from the original motion picture. I'm a Believer by Smash Mouth. So I was like, I was right on both counts, but they cover the song. For some reason, I thought it had Walking on the Sun or something in it. It had Baha Men. It had the Ills. Oh, it had All Star. That's the Smash Mouth song it had. There we go. It had Rufus Wainwright's Hallelujah. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. You know who's not an all-star? This cop, because he's dead.
That breaking news. We now know the name of the retired Hamilton County Sheriff's deputy that died on Friday. Deputy Larry Henderson was killed after a car struck him near UC's campus. Good evening and thanks for joining us at 6 o'clock. I'm Lindsay Stone. Sheriff McGuffey is saying that the deputy was with the sheriff's department for more than 30 years. Henderson also spent a large amount of his time training other deputies. Sheriff McGuffey is saying that he had a talent for teaching and training hundreds of deputy sheriffs. McGuffey adding that his ability to touch officers' lives was extraordinary, and the sheriff's
Did you guys like that transition?
to honor Henderson's life and service. As we learn about Deputy Henderson, a moment of silence was held earlier today before the start of the Flying Pig Marathon.
Let's pause for a moment of silence and remembrance.
Different ways, a makeshift memorial happening now at the site of where he was hit and killed. You see here those bouquets and flowers.
And now for some good news.
A tree nearby. More tributes have been pouring in from local leaders and other police departments all across greater Cincinnati.
I'm horrible.
Meantime, 38-year-old Rodney Hinton Jr. has been charged with intentionally hitting and killing Henderson. Hinton is the father of an 18-year-old that was shot and killed by Cincinnati police on Thursday. We're also learning from their family's lawyer, who is not
Free this man! Free this man now! This man is a hero. Free him.
Found a tree nearby. More tributes have been pouring in from local leaders and other police departments all across greater Cincinnati. Meantime, 38-year-old Rodney Hinton Jr. has been charged with intentionally hitting and killing Henderson. Hinton is the father of an 18-year-old that was shot and killed by Cincinnati police on Thursday. We're also learning from their family's lawyer, who is not representing Hinton, that Hinton watched the body camera footage of his son getting shot on this same day police say he rammed into the deputy.
Free this man.
Being held in the Claremont County Jail for his safety. He will be back in court Tuesday for a no bond hearing.
Did you guys see that? Was he giving the cops what for? Was he telling them off as they were walking him out?
Say he rammed into the deputy. Hinton is currently being held in the Claremont County Jail for his safety. He will be back in court Tuesday for a no bond hearing. And of course, we are leading the way on all of these breaking stories throughout the evening. And if there are any updates on the deadly police shooting or the crash killing the deputy, of course, we're bringing them to you right here on the air and our website, WLWT.com.
So this is one we're going to have to keep an eye on. Free Rodney. I was already on his side until even before I heard that they killed his kid. That just made me doubly on his side. And I'm pretty sure he told them what for as they were leading him out of the courtroom. I'm going to hit the content warning for this next one. Dun 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 dun. 'Cause he's bad boy for life.
Again, viewer discretion is advised here as jury selection is.
That was my intro. I'm sorry.
Trial of Sean D. Combs with testimony slated to start the following week. The music mogul faces an indictment that includes descriptions of quote-unquote freak-offs described as alleged drugged-up orgies where women were forced to have sex with men while Diddy filmed them. Prosecutors say witnesses...
Like everything was all good up until they said forced. And like you're telling me P. Diddy couldn't have like freaky women come over to have consensual sex? Like how like Jesus. Seriously? That's how you know he's fucked up in the head. And it's all about, rape is not about the sexual activity. It's about a power dynamic.
Have come forward accusing the entertainer of terrorizing people into silence by choking, hitting, kicking, and dragging them, often by the hair, even dangling someone from a balcony at one point. The defense arguing it was consensual sexual activity. While Diddy does acknowledge one episode of violence, the caught-on-camera beating of
Cassie?
his girlfriend, singer Cassie. Again, viewer discretion advised here.
Poor fucking Cassie. That video was horrible.
I want to bring in Nima Rahmani, former federal prosecutor and current president here of West Coast Trial Lawyers. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks for having me, Josh. Always great to be on.
Of course. And first off, I do want to ask you, can you break down the charges that Diddy does face and really what the prosecution here has to prove?
Josh, there are 3 sets of charges. The least serious are the prostitution charge.
Free Rodney.
Everyone knows what that is. That's the exchange of sex for something of value, usually money. And there has to be an interstate component. And here, some of these women were crossing state lines. Then you have the sex trafficking charges. And what separates sex trafficking from consensual sex, and we know that adults can consent to sex, no matter how freaky it is one of 3 things: force, fraud, or coercion.
No matter how freaky it is.
The government is alleging force and coercion. Force speaks for itself. Diddy himself, his security, all the weapons that were confiscated. And then that coercion, that's that drug element. The victims here are alleging that they were drugged and forced to participate in these freak-offs, these orgies, over the course of days. Then you have the racketeering charge. And when you think of racketeering, usually you think of the mob, right? The cartel, some street gang. But racketeering is really any criminal enterprise, and that can be a loose association of 2 or more people that commit 2 or more racketeering acts. And here,
I never liked Diddy.
Diddy and his entourage, similar to R. Kelly's entourage, for instance.
I never liked R. Kelly. I knew there was something up.
Or the sex trafficking, the violence, the forced labor. So those are generally the 3 sets of charges that comprise this indictment.
One thing I want to pop.
You know what? I have a Spotify playlist of musicians that we should stop listening to. I need to add Diddy to that because I made that playlist like 4 or 5 years ago. Diddy needs to go. Maybe Diddy's already on it. That's possible.
Up here on your screen, it's a video that has been seen time and time again, circulated all over the internet. How much?
Oh yeah, this is hard to watch with Cassie.
Diddy assaulting Cassie affect the jury? He has admitted that, you know, this is something that did happen. It's caught on video. So how could it impact the jury overall?
Josh, this video is highly impactful because video doesn't lie. We can all see with our own eyes Diddy beating Cassie Ventura at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. And let me just tell you how powerful this video is. Even after Cassie filed her lawsuit in November 2023 and Diddy settled it the next day, he denied the allegations. Even after his homes in Los Angeles and Miami were raided in March of last year, Diddy continued to deny the allegations. Only in May of last year, when CNN got a copy of this video and released it, did Diddy finally issue some sort of apology. I think the video is going to be the best evidence in this case. And if you believe Cassie Ventura, and I do, Diddy taped many of these freak-offs, both for his own sexual pleasure and maybe to maintain control over some of the other participants. And to the extent that those videos are played, I think it's going to be very damning evidence for the defense.
And I have to ask.
Didn't look like I had P. Diddy on here.
What is their defense? I know that there's been obviously different hearings that have been held.
No P. Diddy.
Defense has spoken to members of the media. What is their defense overall here?
Josh, their defense is going to be the following.
Minty, welcome in.
But it was consensual. And whenever you're dealing with a sexual assault case, usually the defense will fall into 1 of 2 categories. I didn't do it, there was no sexual activity, or I did and it was consensual. And because we're not dealing with minors here, the defense is going to argue consent. And really they're going to argue that the victims here, they're lying. And they're lying for 1 of 3 reasons, or maybe all of them. Money. And many of them have filed civil lawsuits. Cassie's, of course, has settled for an 8-figure sum, 10 million or more. Then you have maybe victims who are seeking fame because of Diddy's power and influence in the entertainment industry. And last, maybe revenge. And, you know, oftentimes
no one claims they were raped for fame.
Disgruntled ex that has an axe to grind. So this case will indeed be based entirely on cross-examination of the victims. So the government, of course, will want to corroborate their testimony. Some of these allegations were
Monday is when jury selection begins.
The civil lawsuits certainly don't help because it creates at least the argument that this is about money and there's a potential motivation to lie or fabricate the evidence. So the government's going to want video. They're going to want independent witnesses. Obviously, members of Diddy's entourage help procure these women, set up the freak-offs, get the hotel rooms, set up the lights and cameras. So to the extent that you have video, you have individuals that corroborate this victim testimony, I think that's going to be helpful for the Department of Justice in this case.
So we'll be keeping an eye on the Diddy trial going on this week. Another high-profile rapist on trial is Harvey Weinstein. One of his accusers actually stormed out of the courtroom during cross-examination, calling him a fucking asshole. Which, I mean, yeah. Tensions escalated Friday morning during Harvey Weinstein's trial in New York City as his attorney, Jennifer Bongine, questioned former TV production assistant Miriam Haley about her allegations of sexual assault by the ex-Hollywood producer. During cross-examination, Bongine pressed Haley on why she accepted an invitation to meet Weinstein at his Soho apartment on July 10, 2006, despite an earlier incident where he had shown up uninvited at her East Village home after she declined his offer to attend Paris Haute Culture Fashion Week, a visit Haley described as bizarre. Haley explained that she felt she may have offended Weinstein after turning down his Paris offer when she later accepted his invitation to fly her to L.A. for the Clerks 2 premiere. She said she felt it would have been weird not to go and at least say hi at his apartment. You accepted a benefit, right? Bongine asked. Referring to the flight and event invitation, Haley replied, an invitation, yeah. Bongine then questioned Haley about what she was wearing during her visit to Weinstein's apartment. Haley said she couldn't recall. Is it possible you were wearing jeans? Bongine asked. Haley responded that she didn't remember Weinstein removing jeans. What do you remember him ripping off? Bongine asked. My tampon, Haley replied. God damn. Haley began to raise her voice as Bongine continued to question her memory of the outfit she was wearing. When Haley testified that she did not remove her own clothes during the assault by Weinstein, Bongine remarked that it would be up to the jury to determine the truth of that claim. I liked Tusk. Come on. I liked Clerks 2. I thought Clerks 3 was the terrible movie. My experience, Haley said, breaking down in tears. At one point, looking in Weinstein's direction, she exclaimed, fucking asshole. Weinstein is charged with committing a first-degree criminal sexual act against Haley in July of 2006. He has pleaded not guilty. In addition to the charge related to Haley, Weinstein faces another count of committing a first-degree criminal sexual act and one count of rape in the third degree. He pleaded not guilty to those charges as well. So his trial is still ongoing. He definitely looks like a fucking asshole. Apparently has now released the rights to Dogma to Kevin Smith. Have you guys heard Kevin Smith talk about it? Apparently it was the only power play he still had in Hollywood was to hold on to Dogma, and Kevin Smith refused to re-release it if Harvey Weinstein made any money off of it. And now they finally apparently worked it out, so we get is it a 30th anniversary or something? Release next year, I think, or maybe they're doing the theatrical release over the summer. Because they popped the trailer up on April 1st. And I was like, oh, this is some April Fool's Day joke, because Kevin Smith's been talking about how he got Matt Damon and Ben Affleck to come back and play the roles. So I was like, oh, he's put together some kind of April Fool's joke. But no, it was the actual trailer for the theatrical release this summer, I think. This next story also involves sexual assault, so I'm going to hit the content warning once again. But man, this one's got a twist to it. A man was wanted, has now been found. We did this story like 3 weeks ago when it actually happened, that somebody was wanted for fucking a corpse on the subway. The man has now been charged with rape of a corpse aboard a subway train.
While a man accused of engaging in a sexual act with a corpse aboard a subway train has been arrested.
That's right. Felix Rojas was taken into custody last night. The 44-year-old is accused of having sexual contact with an unresponsive man aboard an R train. This is in Lower Manhattan. It happened on April 9th. That man is believed to have died before the assault took place. The April 9th incident was recorded by a security camera. Rojas.
It was recorded by a security camera.
While a man accused of engaging in a sexual act with a
I love they did this on Good Day New York. Good day, New York. This dude fucked a corpse.
Corpse aboard a subway train has been arrested.
That's right. Felix Rojas was.
That's the morning news you want as you're drinking your coffee.
Is accused of having sexual contact with an unresponsive man aboard an R train. This is in Lower Manhattan.
Now, I rape of a corpse. So he might have just stuck his dick in his mouth. Now, I don't know. It seems kind of like a victimless crime. Oh my God. Because the dude's dead. But he also couldn't consent because he's dead. So I don't know. I'm torn. Corpses can't consent. Corpses can't consent. Michael, silent. DJ Dub, welcome back in. Spronk. Open. A corpse isn't a person, it's an inanimate object. I feel like there's a gray area there. It's somewhere, but it's not a person, you're right. But I don't believe it's an inanimate object either. I believe it's somewhere between the two. There's a line there somewhere. Now where this is like the ship of Theseus paradox. Where between it is, it's a cadaver, that's right. You used to get cadaver and caviar mixed up. Don't ever make that mistake. I'm not condoning this line of thought, but I've walked it. It's a person, just not a dead person. Because what makes a person a person? Because if I recreated a person, but it doesn't have a heartbeat and a brain. Philosophy. Wait, Zombie Prostitute by Voltaire. I've not read that one. It's a congressperson. I was not expecting this spirited debate about what exactly was going on here in the corpse fucking section of the show. And hold on, so the dude is dead here, and he's got his leg crossed. So now what do you guys think he actually did? Do you think he just stuck his dick in his mouth? Or did he play with the corpse's dick? Oregon gal said he penetrated the back door. But is he leaving the scene of the crime right here? Is he walking away from the corpse? They apparently have the corpse fucking on camera. Can we see the corpse fucking? I've gone too far. You think the perp did it to the man? He posed the man after fucking him. Then redressed him and posed the corpse. on a subway. And once again, how is there just a corpse on a subway, riding the subway, for this guy to just walk by and be like, oh, I think I'm going to fuck this corpse?
You live in sexual anarchy?
Oh. Byronic needing that cancel Justin emote. I'm not high enough for this shit. I can't really top that one. I can show you some smart criminals. Usually we watch dumb criminals. Maybe this one's a smart criminal. A thief, a car thief, used a tow truck to steal a car out in California.
Take a look at this. This crook has found a way to steal a car's valuable catalytic converter without getting caught red-handed. He just tows the car away in the dead of the night. Now, the theft in Tarzana earlier this week left the car's owner just stunned.
Police are now searching for whoever pulled off the swift heist. KTLA's Angela Cockaday joins us live from Tarzana, where she spoke with the car's
Angela Cockaday. Well, you know what they say, a cock a day keeps the doctor away.
owner. Hi there.
Yeah, Court and Rick, she was frustrated to say the least. I spoke with her earlier.
That's her name. That is totally Cockaday. Think we've done this before. Angela Cockaday. Ivana would be hilarious. Ivana Cockaday.
Earlier this afternoon, she says the suspect was acting and dressed like a repossessor. That's how he stole her car. And we know that because it was all caught on video. New surveillance video tonight shows the moments a thief unsuspectingly stole a car in the middle of the night on Reseda Boulevard in Tarzana.
I couldn't believe that my car was stolen.
The car's owner wants to remain anonymous, but says when she left for work early Wednesday morning, her 2010 Hyundai Elantra was gone.
Not the Hyundai.
Like, I was scared, I was shocked, I was just like, what is going on here?
Here's how it happened. Footage shows the suspect dressing and acting like a repossessor. He parks his unmarked white truck in front of her car, hooks it up to his truck, and just drives off.
You would think he's a repo man, just the way that he pulled up and the way he just literally...
Because he was singing the Genetic Opera.
His tow truck.
After seeing the video, she filed a police report. CHP finding her car hours later, blocks from her home off the 101, before taking it to the impound lot.
I was in tears. They had stolen the battery, they stolen the catalytic converter, they stolen the engine manifold, they trashed the car, they dented the car. Like,
security expert says unfortunately that's a trend he's seeing more of.
They're also taking electronics, the tires and rims, and other
oh yeah, there's a Discord.
Primarily because it's
hop on in. Warlord
he says while
keeps
it's
that place going.
Protect your vehicle from being towed, there are steps to make your vehicle less attractive.
One big thing is to get a wheel lock for the vehicle, steering wheel lock. It's not going to be a guarantee, especially if they're being towed, but it does make it more difficult.
Other tips include installing tracking software like GPS or an AirTag, parking near to the curb to make it harder to steal catalytic converters, and parking in well-lit areas. Now, she says the worst part of it all was that she had to pay $400 to get her car back. Joe, the security
from the cops.
Sometimes police will go ahead and waive that fee if there's an ongoing investigation. Otherwise, it's mostly just left up to the owner. For now, they're reporting live in Tarzana.
Shit.
Angelique Hockaday, KTLA 5 News.
Angelique, we thank you for that.
Angelique Hockaday.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
Haven't heard our boy say anything stupid here recently. Shelly's like, no. I love that graphic because I did my best to make it look like I matched the skin tone up.
I can't wait to have your cock.
I made it look like that's actually his body. Like a lot of times I'm just kind of goofing around, right? I went to great lengths to actually Photoshop it to make it look perfect. It's the little things that crack me up. Like, did I make Charlie Kirk's face smaller? Or is that his real face? You can't tell, can you? Who knows? That's probably the size of his face. I'm not gonna do this one because you guys will be sad. You guys will be sad over it. Now you get over it. I mean, I'll be sad too.
An investigation is underway into a deadly small plane crash in Simi Valley.
2 people and a dog on board were killed, but no one on the ground was hurt. KTLA's Omar Lewis live in Simi Valley.
At least no one on the ground was hurt.
Crash, and the destruction you show in this video is just shocking to see.
Witnesses describe a horrifying sight here in Simi Valley after that small plane plunged into 2 homes with people inside, setting the homes on fire. As you mentioned, luckily, no one on board was injured on the ground. However, we know that 2 people
I dig his haircut.
and a dog on the plane were killed. This morning, taking a look behind us here, that home that was damaged is just down this road behind us here, which is still closed off at this hour as federal investigators work to determine the cause of this crash.
Wow.
Security cameras captured the exact moment of
2 people and a dog were killed during the crash, but nobody on the ground was hurt miraculously. So it killed the occupants of the plane. And Jesus. What an explosion.
Security cameras captured the exact.
That's a good point, Open.
RV-10 aircraft slammed into the heart of the.
That's why everyone would be sad about the dog. I knew that.
Here in southwest Simi Valley, the FAA says the small 4-seat single-engine aircraft had taken off from Fox Airfield in Lancaster and was headed for Camarillo when it suddenly fell from the
I can't not watch wild footage like
Saturday
this.
afternoon. Cell phone video shows the immediate aftermath: thick black smoke, sirens blaring, and flames tearing through a 2-story home here on High Meadow Street. A neighbor who we spoke to was outside his home trimming trees and noticed the plane flying unusually low and tilted. He soon realized he was witnessing an emergency in progress.
As I was doing the yard work, I started coming in towards the house just to tell my wife something doesn't look right with the plane circling over our house. And then as I was approaching the house, I heard the large bang sound. I just felt kind of blessed that I walked away from the area that I was actually working on, because the plane literally hit the area I was working, trying to trim some bushes in.
The fire spread quickly, but luckily everyone inside the homes escaped without injuries. Tragically, though, the pilot, a passenger, and a dog on board the plane were all killed on impact. At first, only one fatality was initially reported by authorities, but hours later, crews discovered a second body amid the wreckage.
Ugh.
The scene is complicated, so it's gonna take a comprehensive investigation on the ground.
Back out here live this morning, we are working
complicated.
The identities
It's
of
usually the way you describe relationships, not crime scenes.
two people, I should say, on board that plane. Meanwhile, the investigation into the cause of this crash is being looked into by the National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA. As you heard from that neighbor there,
all our dogs living on a farm up north
this morning, that more people were not injured or killed as a result of this crash. That is the latest for now. Reporting from Simi Valley, I'm Omar Lewis. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Omar is good. Excellent reporter. Omar is going places. Unlike Angelia Cockaday. Nah, she was perfectly fine. Why am I picking on her because she has a funny name? That's mean of me. Can you imagine what she went through in school? And here I am on my fucking, I'm a 40-year-old man on my show. I've been in the media business for 25 fucking years. And I'm making fun of a woman because her name is Cockaday. No wonder I never made it in this business. Oh, God. You know who Dave Portnoy is? The pizza guy. The one bite review. You know, like really shitty pizza reviews. One time I watched, because like I love food, right? So I watched one of his pizza reviews, and he's like, too much Parmesan. And I'm like, too much Parmesan on a fucking pizza. You dumb fuck. I don't like Parmesan. You don't like Parmesan, you're eating pizza. Get the fuck out of here. Igloo, welcome in. Dave Port I can't say his name. Dave Portnoy got really upset about he doesn't know where Auschwitz is? No, hold on. I didn't know this. I'm not a pre-watch Andy. I don't know what's getting ready to happen here. I know he's sending somebody to like sensitivity camp or some shit. Thread, thank you for the resub. I don't even know. Some student from Temple University held up a sign or some shit. And it was anti-Semitic, and Dave Portnoy got mad.
And now to Center City, where Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy is calling out apparent patrons after he says an anti-Semitic sign was held up at one of his company's branded bars on Sansom Street. Video of the alleged incident has now gained hundreds of thousands of views online and is getting a very strong reaction. NBC 10's Lili Zhang joining us live now with the details. Lili?
Yeah, Francis, good evening to you. Calls and an email to that bar that's right behind us, they've not been returned yet. So all of this is really coming from Portnoy himself. Now, again, he did post a video online a little earlier. He called it an emergency press conference. He posted that today, and it is in reference to this post. We are showing you a screenshot of that video, which has gained more than 700,000 views. You can see a light up sign with offensive language taking aim at Jewish people. Portnoy posted online that he has been tracking down those responsible, adding that he would, quote, come for throats over this display.
What I'm saying is I'm getting the names. I'm trying to be a little responsible. I'm trying to keep it together, but I'm on it.
Now, again,
T minus. Thank you for throwing out the gift sub. Could you hit Byronic up? She was wanting some emotes.
we will try again and see if they do respond to us. In the meantime, we also just got a statement from
He wants to cancel Justin.
20 minutes or so. They say they learned about this incident at 3 o'clock today. They did confirm in that statement that it is one of their students who they've identified that was involved in this incident. That student has been placed on interim suspension. We'll have much more on that coming up tonight at 11. For now, we're live in Center City. Lily Zhang, NBC 10 News.
Thank you, Lily. I tried to find the original video. I think it has been taken down. I do not follow Barstool Sports, nor do I follow Dave Portnoy. Yeah, I'm not seeing the post. The original sign. I still don't even, like, was it one of his employees? Mike Portnoy, that's the drummer for Dream Theater, isn't it? Am I right about that? Nader 719, welcome in, friend. I think I'm right about that. As long as we're talking about racial slurs, have you heard about this woman in Rochester, Minnesota, caught on video? Her name's apparently Shiloh Hendricks.
Call him a nigger, the child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child the nigger word? It is my own business. You call him a nigger? Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
Nigger.
All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody dig into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a nigger?
Yeah.
The little child?
What, if he acts like one, he's gonna...
Are you about to hit him?
Probably shouldn't be playing this. Like, I feel like there's still rules on Twitch that I'm violating with this. I got taken off one time. I am sorry, Twitch, Bezos, YouTube, my apologies. The streamer does not approve of this language. Are you debating me? Decoy foot? What do you want to debate? I always let the person that's trying to come at me pick what topic they want. Whatever you think you can own me on, please. I would challenge me. No idea what I believe? I mean, if you want to hop in the Discord or hop on the phone, we can talk about it. 917-830-4359. I apparently believe that if you're fucking a corpse, it is not an inanimate object. There's a debate freaking Discord room. Can you guys hit the Discord button for him? I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my drink. Oh, you're already in there. Hell yeah. What's going on, friend? Garbage. Hey, entertain the people. I need something to drink.
The corpse thing, 'cause
Be entertaining for a second. I gotta go get something to drink.
Okay, be entertaining. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let me flip this around. Is that entertaining?
Oh, you're not on video. Damn it! You need to talk.
You want me to do it again?
You're not on video. Nobody's gonna see it.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll turn the video off. My bad.
I mean, I could put you on video if you want me to. We
No,
can do
it's up
that.
to you.
Hold on.
This is your shit.
Maybe I was wrong about that. All right. I was thinking about I need to do that. What's going on, Garbage? How are you?
Oh, yeah. No, I agree with you on the corpse thing. Like people should not be having sex with corpses.
I didn't say that. I said the corpse was not an inanimate object. I didn't say people shouldn't be having sex with corpses.
So you think they should?
Well, I didn't say that either. Now, come on.
So what do you think? What do you think about the whole corpse sex?
I'm neutral on corpse fucking.
You're neutral on corpse. So okay, all right. Would you be friends with somebody who had sex with a corpse?
Huh. I don't, man, that's a wild scenario to be put. Would I be friends? Is it somebody I'm already friends with? Like, is my best friend telling me they fucked a corpse?
Well, no, let's not go to best friend yet. Let's say there's somebody that you thought was really cool, you've been hanging out with for a few months.
No, my best friend told me he was fucking a corpse. I'd probably be like, okay, yeah, cool.
Somebody you've known for 6 months. You're good friends with them, and then somebody tells you, hey, by the way, fucking Johnny, he has sex with corpses, bro. You didn't know that? Like, do you challenge him about it? Do you talk do you have the conversation with him about it, or?
Oh, I would totally have a conversation with him about it. Probably try to have him talk to me about it on stream. But also, that's admitting to a crime, right? So how good of a friend am I? And we're gonna am I gonna exploit this person? If I've only known him for 6 months, I'd probably exploit him for content, to be honest with you.
Well, you're fucked up, Justin.
The stream would have told you that. The chat, they all would have told you I'm fucked up.
So no, let's get down to the nitty gritty. What is something that you're willing to argue about? Let's see if we can have a debate, you and me.
I'll argue about anything. Well, I mean, who'd you vote for in 2024?
Trump.
You voted for Trump. Why'd you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump because in my mind, I envisioned a call where there's an angry world leader that has a big problem with what we're doing, and I just could not bring myself to have Kamala Harris on the other end of that line. And what's fucked up is I live in Washington State, so my vote for Trump did not end up mattering because my state went for Kamala Harris. So even though I voted for Trump, the electoral college votes went to Kamala Harris.
So you said you couldn't imagine her like picking up the phone when a world leader calls, but you can imagine Trump doing that.
A foreign leader who's super pissed off and is maybe talking about getting into a conflict because of this, that, or the other thing.
She was a prosecutor, you know that, right?
So
I would trust a prosecutor over a grifter like Trump.
But I mean, what special skills do you get from being a prosecutor that would help you in a military, like talking to a hostile foreign leader?
You don't think a prosecutor knows how to negotiate deals?
No, actually they're some of the worst at it.
There's some of the prosecutors usually have a really high conviction rate because they're able to most cases don't go to trial, you know that. Prosecutors strike deals before the case. They're insanely good. As a matter of fact, Harris specifically, because we used to watch her in the Senate, she was incredibly good at fucking cutting people down.
Okay, if people could afford lawyers, the conviction rate would be in the dirt. The only reason prosecutors can get these high conviction rates.
Oh, you're right. You're right about that. I agree.
Yeah. The only reason, so the numbers are inflated because the lawyers that you get if you can't afford one, they are trying to get you a deal. They're not trying to go to trial. They're trying to get you a deal. Like that's what they want to do.
Well, okay, fair enough. But like, what does Trump bring to the table when he has a hostile foreign power?
It seems like I've never been in the room when one of these conversations has gone down, but it seems like when things were tense around the world, he got instant results.
Like what?
There's a bunch of different times that there was issues with terrorists. I mean, you don't remember the famous story about the terrorist leader that Trump showed him a picture of his own house, and the very next day the hostages were released.
The fuck?
Like, are you really not? Are you playing dumb on this? You don't know any of these stories of the terrorists?
Any of these? You've told one, and that sounds very sus.
It does?
Yes. Sprong says it actually happened.
It's out there.
Showed a terrorist leader and got hostages released.
Same internet. Yeah, we have the same internet. We have the same exact Google, you and me.
But that's what you base your entire vote on.
I was yes, I'll admit it. I was a single issue voter. I was.
That's your issue that against hostile foreign powers.
Yes.
Well, how do you feel now that the entire world is pretty much ate his lunch on tariffs?
It has nothing to do with us.
What do you mean it has nothing to do with us?
I'm not feeling any of that pressure.
Well, not yet. You aren't.
So when am I? At what point do I start feeling the pressure from me? When do I start feeling the pressure of the tariffs?
Well, I love that everything like is just resulting like, oh, how does it affect me personally? Because that's the way right wingers usually are. But like,
no.
You told me that you voted for Trump because you thought that he would handle hostile powers. But I'm just giving you an example that like fucking China has embarrassed the United States on this tariff issue.
Yeah, but every other country has bent the knee.
Not a single country has bent the knee. What are you talking about?
They've renegotiated. Yes, you can find. Like I said, we have the same Google. It's crazy that you don't see this, but we have the same Google.
Who renegotiated? What are you talking about?
So many countries. Yeah, you have it right in front of you. You're on a computer as we speak.
Which country? Give me one of them.
Dude, just look it up. You're right there.
You're telling me that this is what you based your vote on, and you can't tell me one country.
Vote on how he deals with hostile foreign leaders. That is nothing.
And I gave you an example of how like he got completely embarrassed.
I'm talking about military action. I said nothing about tariffs. You're the one who brings up tariffs.
Well, I'm just giving you an example, a very concrete example that we can look at right now and see that you.
Okay, so what's your source? What's your source?
What do you mean? What's my source?
You just said you're giving me a concrete example. What is it?
That China has embarrassed the U.S. on tariffs. We're getting ready to like suffer because of it.
What do you mean embarrassed? What does that mean? Embarrassed with tariffs?
We're getting ready to suffer the consequences of tariffs. That it seems that Trump does not understand. It doesn't seem that he understands how they work. China has been doing things like going on to TikTok and saying that our luxury brands have been ripping people off, and that you can still order wholesale from China for things that get sent to Shein.
If tariffs were if Trump tariffs are so awful, why did Biden get rid of none of them? The whole time he was in office, he didn't get rid of a single Trump tariff. He actually added more tariffs.
The tariffs came this administration, has nothing to do with Biden.
Every president does this. Every president does this. Every administration does this. Left, right, center.
What are you talking about? No, not every administration imposes a 145% tariff on one of our largest trading partners.
It's a partnership. You think the U.S. and China have a trade partnership?
Yes.
I when they're holding us upside down and shaking our lunch money out of our pockets.
How are they holding us upside down and shaking our lunch? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
That's why we needed to increase the tariffs, because they have a labor force that outnumbers our entire population, so they can absolutely flood the market with cheap knockoff goods.
And the United States loves that.
No, but it's not good for
we eat it up.
People love candy. It's not good for you. Just because you love it doesn't mean it's a good thing.
So you're saying that there needs to be central planning and that you need to impose on other people's freedom to make their own choice about goods.
I think this shit went off the rails decades ago because we were looking for the quick, easy fix.
No, we weren't looking for the quick, easy fix. Capitalists were.
We're kicking the can down the road, and we've kicked it too far. Now we got to pick the can up and start over.
Capitalists exported our jobs for cheap labor.
The country that we are right now created the conditions for Trump to get elected.
You're exactly right. 50 years of neoliberal, and this was both sides. This was conservative because, man, there's been more Republican presidents in the last 50 years than there's been Democrats. You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so like this is neoliberal fucking thinking. Like the markets will solve everything, and we need to just give billionaires money. We need to deregulate things and cut taxes on the riches. Yes, that's exactly what fucked our country up.
Well, do you understand? Like I see people in the chat asking who moved the jobs. Our government did.
Our government did not. Capitalists did.
Said 20 years ago, 25 years ago, Donald Trump was pure blue. He loved the Democrat Party. He hated Republicans.
Brother, he gave to both parties. Don't pull that shit on me.
The situation of our government pushed him into being a conservative.
What situation is that? Deregulate. You've had 50 years of deregulation and tax cuts for the rich, and you see what that's gotten you.
Tax cuts for the rich?
Yes.
You think that's what got us in this situation?
Yes.
The whole reason we have an income tax was originally a tax on the rich. Like, the rich people in this country are using loopholes that our government created for them.
Who do you think got them to create the loopholes, man? They get you to blame the government when it's them.
Blame the rich person for wanting to keep their money?
Wait. Do you think rich people should be allowed to keep all the hoard money? You think Elon Musk should be allowed to be worth, what, $70 fucking billion or whatever?
It doesn't matter what I think. If we try to tax him too much, he'll leave. He'll take his money with him and go.
Well, first of all, he's gotten most of his money from the government and sucking at the government's teat. But, like, where is he going to go, my friend? Where's he going to go?
Wherever the fuck he wants. He has enough money to go wherever he wants.
That he got mainly from us, from our tax dollars. They have been ripping us off.
Okay, and he can still leave and take all of his companies.
Great, we would love that because his companies suck, dude.
Huh?
Brother, like I can't get you to understand that the right-wing propaganda gets you to blame the government for what billionaires do.
What propaganda am I listening to? You don't know anything about me. I don't watch the news. I
said right-wing propaganda, and I'm sure you get your information from podcasts and memes and shit.
You don't even know where I get my information from.
You get it from podcasts and YouTubers, right?
No, I don't. I do my own fucking research. I hear a story and I go look it up. I cross-reference it.
You seem awfully uninformed then, because like when I was asking you about specific policies of Trump, like...
That's not proving me wrong. That's not an argument. Saying I'm uninformed, that's not an argument.
When I was asking you about You like your whole reason for voting for Trump. You were like, look it up.
You can't name anything either. You can't name any specifics.
What do you mean I can't name specifics about what? Brother, we sit here and watch congressional hearings all day.
This whole time you've been making general arguments.
Well, what specifics would you like to discuss? I tried to get you to drill down on specifics and you're like, look it up.
No, you have the same internet as me. If I knew I had to come with sources, I would have a bibliography for you. I didn't know I had to come with exact sources that
supporting arguments for the things you believe?
Wait a second. Who goes into a debate and has sources that they link right then in the moment? Like, if you want that shit, I'll find it for you. But what does that mean in the moment?
Okay, brother, hold it. Step back.
Every claim I made, I'll back up.
You told me the government was responsible for sending jobs to China. Right?
No, regulation. Government regulation.
What regulation caused capitalists to send their jobs to China?
Oh, it's cheaper.
Yes, it's cheaper. It is cheaper to send to use Chinese labor. That is capitalists exploiting cheaper labor.
Cheaper option. Businesses aren't people. Businesses are an entity. Like, they want them. They're in the business to make money, so they're going to go to the cheapest place. It's the same reason why they didn't pick Brazil. Is there something wrong with Brazil?
So what are you saying that the United States should do to combat that?
Have it come back home, but every.
What do you mean have it come back home?
Every country outsources to China. I don't understand the point of this. Every country does it.
What exactly is your position, my friend? I'm trying to nail you down, and you're just like all over the place here.
Trump, you're the one that keeps changing the subject.
No, I'm not.
The original question was, why did I vote for Trump?
Yes.
Yes, and I answered you.
And you told me that the way he dealt with foreign leaders.
No. Him versus her. Not that he could do it right, but he would be better than her. We only had two choices.
Yes.
We only had two choices.
And she is not a petulant man-child. It's also a adjudicated rapist, a pedophile, and just one of the dumbest people I've ever seen in my life, man. Like,
You've seen him?
Brother, we watch clips of Trump every day on here. Like, have you not seen him?
Have you ever heard him talk live? Have you ever been in the same room as him, or you just get clips off of?
Brother, I've watched I guarantee you I've watched more whole rallies than you have, from start to finish.
But you still have no idea who that man is. You've only ever seen him through a screen.
Okay, well, you have no idea who Kamala Harris is. You've only ever seen her through clips.
So we can only make our decisions based off what we've seen.
Okay, yeah, so this is fucking pointless, right? So you've seen Trump, and he looks like a fucking idiot, right?
Uh-huh.
Like a dancing fucking chimpanzee. You agree?
Hey, I'm not a Trump guy. You can make he's a fucking.
You voted for him. You voted for him after he tried to overturn the election the last time he was in office.
He's better. We only had two choices, and he's better.
How? How in the fuck is the pedophile rapist who tried to fucking overturn the election last time, that got millions of people killed during COVID, that fucked up our economy last time, how is he better than her?
Wait a second. COVID happened in 2020. When did Trump get out of office?
2021.
What? Oh, he got out in 2021?
Yes, January of 2021.
Only had a 3-year presidency.
Buddy, January 6th happened. January 6th, 2021. The election happened in November of 2020. The inauguration is January 20th, 2021. Are you this stupid?
I could be, but that's still not an argument. Calling me stupid don't mean nothing, bro.
Because you just tried to dispute that Trump fucked up COVID because you think he wasn't in office when it happened, but he was in office the entire first year of COVID.
The entire first year.
Oh, I'm sorry. The entire first 10 months of COVID.
Oh, 10 months. Okay. How long did COVID last? Wait, how long did COVID last? Did Biden come in and just get a grip on it?
Biden came in when we had vaccines and shit.
Oh, no. Oh, so Trump didn't fast track a vaccine. He didn't fast track.
So now you agree that Trump was in office during COVID because you just disputed me on that just a second ago.
COVID happened in 2019, bro. The end of 2019, people started getting COVID.
Yeah, in China, but it hit here in March.
Here in 2019. That's why I disputed about fucking Trump in office. Because it happened before the election was over, bro. And he fast-tracked the vaccine.
Then that makes no sense whatsoever, man.
What do you mean?
You just told me you scoffed at the idea that Trump was in office during COVID.
No, I scoffed at the idea that it happened after the election.
I didn't say that. I said it happened in 2020.
No, it happened in 2019. The election happened in 2020. It happened.
Oh my God. COVID did not get here until 2020, brother, in the United States. And this is not, you're arguing something completely different. Okay, I said Trump fucked up COVID is one of the many reasons why you wouldn't vote for him, because he proved how goddamn stupid he was. That was one of my supporting arguments. You tried to argue with me that he wasn't in office during COVID, but he was, and he fucked it up bad. So
everything Dr. Fauci told him to do. He did everything Dr. Fauci recommended. How did he fuck it up? Do you not remember?
Oh my God!
He did everything Dr. Fauci recommended. He had him at every briefing every day. He had Dr. Fauci.
Where he's saying shit that Fauci is like hand in his fucking head like I am you now.
Oh, so you don't trust Fauci? He was full of shit.
No, I don't trust Trump. Trump, brother. Trump. The fuck?
No, he listened to Fauci. All the shit he did, he ran through Dr. Fauci before he did it.
So Trump is perfect. Everything is everybody else's fault. He bears no responsibility for anything.
I'm not, well, we're going to get to a deeper argument on, does a president bear responsibility for a plague?
The public health response to it, yeah, he does. He promised it'd be over by Easter. Wouldn't count people coming off a fucking ship at the beginning. Like, man, I can go all through there. And you're just like, oh, he listened to Fauci. No, he fucking didn't, man. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. Fauci told him not to count people coming off the ships, to keep the fucking cruise ships at bay. No, brother. Fucking stop it.
They kept people out there. The fucking cruise ships were petri dishes. They weren't allowed to dock. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because Trump wouldn't let them come and get care because we would have to count them in the numbers.
Don't let them come. You said Fauci said don't let them come. And Trump said, okay, don't come. And now it's his fault?
I did what?
You just said Fauci said don't.
No, I didn't.
Don't let the cruise ships come.
Trump did that, brother, not Fauci.
And he did it because Fauci told him.
No, he didn't. Stop it.
He didn't do that all by himself. You're giving him what? It's so crazy. You think he's a fucking idiot?
Yes, I think Trump is an absolute fucking idiot. A complete moron.
But he made every decision. That's what you think. He's a retard, but he made every decision.
Yes, because he's a megalomaniac that thinks he's in control of everything. Are you okay?
I think so. I mean, who knows?
You don't think Trump is an idiot. You look at that man, you think he's competent.
I think he's competent when it comes to business. Do I think he's a
He went bankrupt like 6 times, man. Seriously, you people.
millions in the bank? He has more money than you, and he went bankrupt 6 times. So either he's a fucking retard, or
He is. He is a complete fucking moron. And the amount of money you have is not a indication of how intelligent you are. It's how you can grift.
Say that, man. You didn't even let me finish my sentence. I think he's a good businessman. I think he's a good politician. I think he's a terrible president. But
he's a terrible businessman. How do you say that?
What? He has so much money. How can you be a terrible
One, he doesn't. Okay, first of all, like, his money is fucking in dispute because he was probably in debt when he ran for office the first time. It was a PR stunt when he did it. And now he's been able to grift off of us, the taxpayers. And then his stupid fucking Truth Social actually may have made him a legitimate billionaire because he wasn't one before. And you keep saying that he's good at business, but he fucking ran every business he's ever had into the ground. The main thing he makes money off of is licensing his name.
He still made a profit. He must be good at something business because he's making a profit. Even while he's a president, he's making a profit on Trump coin. They have a
Dude, fucking coin, but brother, you know that shit is a scam, right? You know that shit is a scam.
100% a scam. 100%.
And you're bragging about how smart he is because he's scamming his stupid fucking followers.
Yes, and we're all falling for it. We deserve it.
Yes, you're all fucking idiots, man. You're all idiots.
Do you understand?
Do you understand that he is grifting off of, he is telling people that he's this fucking great American and then grifting off of them. And you think that's okay?
I never said he was a great American. Don't put words in my mouth.
No, he says he's a great American. He fucking does that shit. That's what the Trump shoes is about. That's what the Trump Bible is about. That's what your Trump coin is about how great American he is, and he fucking convinces dipshits like you to buy that shit.
And he convinced you too.
I've never bought any of his products. I've never voted for the man. I do everything I can to expose how big of a grifter he is. So how the fuck is he selling anything to me?
He's your fault just as much as he's my fault.
How? How is he my fault?
We let this shit get this far. 25 years ago, he would have been laughed off a debate stage.
I'm not the one that legitimized him. I laughed him off the debate stage, you stupid fuck. You're the one that voted for him.
Talking about we as a collective.
No, you're the one that voted for him. You're the idiot that fell for the grift, not me.
You're not changed. You haven't changed anything about how we live. Like, you haven't done anything.
Oh, dude that fucking runs his mouth on the radio and television is supposed to change shit about how we live. You voted for the dipshit, man.
You're complicit in Trump. You're not doing.
How am I complicit? I've tried to expose him.
Mitigate what he's doing.
I do what?
You don't do anything. You talk about Trump. You say you hate him, and you stop at words.
I'm a fucking radio host and a comedian. That's literally what I do for a living. Of course I stop at words, you dumb shit.
This is what you do for a living?
Yes. Not this. This is my fucking hobby, man. I am an audio video editor. That's what I do for a living.
You would have no content if there was no Trump. You need him, bro.
I don't need him. No, I would have plenty of content. Had plenty of content before there was Trump. Do not need him at all. You are stupid.
No, you are.
How am I stupid, my friend?
This is insane. I can't believe this is it. I can't believe people actually live this way. And
what do you mean?
You've got absolute fucking brain dead people in your chat egging this on. They want to see you fail. This is insane.
What do you mean, want to see me fail? The fuck are you talking about, man? I can't believe you'd vote for such a dumb fuck. And then blame me for it.
It doesn't matter. My vote went to Kamala Harris, whether I like it or not. My state gave the election.
You voted for him. Stop fucking making excuses.
It doesn't matter. My state electoral college votes went to Kamala Harris, so I actually didn't vote him in.
Oh my God, you voted for him. Stop.
Yeah, state didn't.
Like, you keep wanting to play these little fucking games, then you accuse me of deflecting.
I never accused you of deflecting.
If you didn't vote for him, you're one of the people that legitimized him. He should be laughed off the stage. But somehow, idiots like you thought he was a better choice than Kamala Harris. Now, how the fuck does that, how does one arrive at that other than, like, are you a misogynist?
Was Barack Obama a good president or not?
Far better than Trump.
No, was he a good president or not?
What does good president mean? I'm not sure there's been a good president in my lifetime. I'm not sure there's ever been a good president.
You're a pig snake. You oink and you slither. You won't answer the question. Was Barack Obama a good president?
Do you know what a loaded question fallacy is, my friend?
That's not a loaded question, and that's not a fallacy either. You use this term fallacy. I've heard you say this a bunch. You don't understand what logical...
A loaded question fallacy is when someone uses a presupposition. Was Obama a good president? I can't answer that in a yes or no.
There's no presup in my question.
Yes, there is.
There is no presup in my
Brother, there was plenty of things that I find good about Obama. There's plenty of things I find bad about Obama. I can't answer it in a simplistic way for you.
There was never a president ever before. Barack Obama's our very first president. There's never been a president we could compare him to, before or after. Was he a good president, yes or no?
What a weird thing to say. This is why I get so upset with right-wingers. It's like fucking riddles.
You accused me of doing a loaded question fallacy, so I rephrased the question so you don't think it's loaded, and you still won't answer it.
Because it's some idiotic fucking shit you made up.
Saying something is stupid is not an argument.
Asking me fallacious questions isn't an argument either. What is your point about Obama?
How is that fallacious?
Brother, I can tell you my thoughts on Obama all day long, but your question just like it backs me into a corner.
All right, fine.
I can't answer it with a yes or no. What are we measuring good? Was Barack Obama possibly like the second best president of my lifetime?
I get it. Was Bush Jr. a good president, yes or no?
No.
No, so you have no problem answering.
Except I will say that his response to the his response with virology. Will you shut the fuck up and let me answer?
White Gill, I got it.
So
that's easy.
He did a good job of beefing up the CDC and making sure that we were prepared for pandemics because he knew there would be one during his lifetime, and he was correct about that. So Bush was actually really good about the CDC. I can probably think of some other things. His plan to privatize Social Security insurance was bullshit. His handling of the war on terror, getting us into 2 incredibly costly wars, and all the extrajudicial shit that he did, violating the Constitution, violating court orders, outing spies. He outed 2 spies, man. Like, put their lives in danger. He probably should have been tried for treason.
Wait, how long were we in Iraq and Afghanistan? How long?
25 years.
Yeah, how long was Bush president for that?
See, this is like with this crazy thing that you're wanting to do now. Like, Bush started Iraq and Afghanistan. He put us there.
And any president afterwards could have pulled us out.
Then Biden did. Thank you, Biden.
Any president. Well, no, I mean, Trump was the one who drew down the numbers, and then Biden fucked that up.
Well, technically, Obama drew down the numbers. He pulled us almost out and started going to drone strikes.
Can you admit that Biden fucked up the Afghanistan withdrawal?
Well, fucking Trump negotiated that, didn't he? Ha ha ha. You just said it. You wanted Trump to take credit for the good part, but you wanted Biden to take credit for the bad part.
He negotiated a specific fucking date, and Biden broke that date, didn't he?
Pushed it back, yeah, because the troops weren't ready. He was doing what the generals told him because he said the pullout would be a disaster, and it ended up being a disaster.
You can't even admit that he fucked that up.
It was Trump's withdrawal plan.
It's objectively fucked how he did that. It was on him. It wasn't. No.
And brother, here's the thing that I get so upset with people like you about. Hey man, can you stop with your indignation here and actually listen to me? Listen to what I'm saying. One of the things that I get so upset with people like you about, well, how many people died during the pullout? Was it like 13? Brother, stop talking over me. Listen to what I'm saying instead of trying to talk over me. It was like
me. You have no idea who I am. Just get to your point.
People like you want to make a big deal about those 13. Shut the fuck up, man. Seriously.
Get off your script.
What'd you say?
Get off your script. Just tell me your point.
I've been trying to, and you keep talking over me, you dipshit.
You know nothing about me. Stop saying people like you.
People like you always want to bring up the withdrawal, and you do. You're a right-wing dipshit that all say the same fucking shit. Blah, 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 blah. You want to bring up the withdrawal, but you don't. Like, you want to place that. God damn it, man. Will you let me talk?
If you're just going to sit here and make up shit about
I'm not making up shit because I am using a real example you just gave me. You brought up the Afghanistan withdrawal. People like you always want to make a big fucking deal about, what was it, 13 soldiers? 13 soldiers died in the withdrawal. You just fucking did it, man. Did you not bring that up?
Who am you? Said people like me.
Yes, idiot right-wingers. People like you.
What group do I fit in?
Idiot right-wingers. People like you.
I'm not a combat veteran. I'm not a fucking father.
Idiot right-wingers. People like you. That's what I'm saying. Idiot right-wingers. People like you. Gullible dipshits that would vote for Donald Trump. That's who I'm talking about.
That's all I am. That's all I am.
So you always want to bring up like the 13 soldiers that died in the withdrawal. But like you don't care about any of the other deaths. Like all the military deaths under Trump don't matter, but those 13 that died during the withdrawal during Biden, like we've got to actually point those out. Oh, that was Biden's fault, and get all indignant about it.
You brought them up. I never said nothing about 13 people dying, but how many service members died under Trump? What's the number?
I have no idea off the top of my head. But I know for a fact there was something. There was like a mission that we were at, and was it Libya? Where there was like 10 soldiers or something like that. The same almost exact circumstances of Benghazi under the Trump administration. And none of you guys give a shit about that.
The place that Obama fucking militarized and turned into a war zone. Oh shit.
So it's always a different administration's fault.
You blame Trump
for his withdrawal plan. Yes.
Once Biden got in, every death was on his fucking hands.
I mean, I'm no Biden fan, but he might share some of the blame. But once again, you said he negotiated the withdrawal.
No, I didn't. You did.
Trump negotiated the withdrawal. You said that.
When
I said Biden got us out of Afghanistan, you said Trump negotiated the withdrawal.
Biden broke the agreement. Trump and the guys had an agreement, and Biden broke it.
Biden pushed it back like 2 months or something.
Yes, he broke the agreement.
No, it was the same agreement, just the military said they weren't ready to leave, and Biden pushed it back 2 months. But that's the thing. You guys want to criticize him for like it being a messy withdrawal and shit, and apparently they weren't prepared for it. That's why Biden pushed it back. So if he hadn't have pushed it back, wouldn't it have been worse?
I only asked you, did he fuck that up? And you said no.
I have no idea about military fucking operations.
It was Trump's fault, so you don't know about this? But
what was Trump's withdrawal plan, right?
Bro, where's your source? Show me one source. Okay, you're making it up then. If you don't have a source, you're making it up.
What am I making up, brother?
The thing that you said you don't know about. You don't know about military, but you're talking about Afghanistan.
But you said it was Trump's withdrawal plan. You said that.
Hey, you said it was Trump's withdrawal plan. I said Biden fucked it up. And your response to that was, it was Trump's exit plan. That's why it happened. It was Biden.
Yes, man. Everything is Democrats' fault, and Trump is a fucking saint. That is not a dumb fuck.
I didn't say that either. I didn't say that either. I asked you a simple question. I said, did Biden fuck up the Afghanistan withdrawal? And you said no.
Was it not Trump's plan?
Everything you've said since then, it's cope. It's just all pure cope.
It's cope, man. No, fucking you saying that shit is cope. You have gotten so triggered on this, man, and you've tried to weasel out of everything.
No, you won't answer a question, and you fucking blame me for the things you said. I never brought up Trump's Afghanistan withdrawal. You did. You said it was his plan. I said it was Biden's fault, and you flipped it on the administration before him.
No, I think I was going through Bush. You asked me if Bush was a good president, and I put Afghanistan on Bush, and then you wanted to talk about how Democrats were responsible for that.
Hey, who was in office on May 1st, Sampson? Justin already said this. Trump signed the agreement. Biden changed it.
He pushed it back. He delayed it by like 2 months. How did he change the agreement?
Yeah, and that's changing. Okay, bro, if I bet you $20 on something and I lose the bet, and then someone takes over and goes, you know what?
Can you not be like a fucking...
Come on, man. Can I finish one? Can I finish one thing?
Like you're about to fucking pop a blood vessel, man. Like fucking...
You think I'm going to pop a blood vessel?
Yes, you're like you're going insane. It's hilarious. You're so triggered.
Do you think this is higher than 4 out of 10? You think I'm like 8 out of 10, 10 out of 10?
I think on a scale of dumbness, you're like a fucking 11 out of 10.
Oh, great. I'm so glad that you think that. That's so cool.
Well, I mean, seriously, bro.
Anyway, back to what I was saying. He signed the agreement and Biden changed it. He welched on the agreement. So it's on Biden that the withdrawal from Afghanistan was botched.
So what did he change about the agreement other than delaying it for 2 months?
He pushed back the date of when we were going to be out.
Because the military told him they weren't ready.
So wait a second. So if you agree to be out of somebody's house by this date, and then...
No, brother, I'm sorry. As Thread pointed out, they redeemed the hang up on caller like 30 minutes ago. So I got to let you go because, man, like...
I would be scared of me too. It sucks.
No one is scared of you. I'd do this all fucking night. It's just you're not very entertaining.
Maybe if you learn a little bit more, we could have a conversation.
Brother, I don't think you know jack fucking shit.
You poor thing. Just smoke another bong. Smoke some more weed. You poor thing.
My friend, you're a dipshit. Yes, Thread, you've got to at least give me like 30 minutes. I love this shit. You can't fucking redeem that on me that fast. I didn't even get anywhere. Leslie the cat queen. Cat queen. Let me grab a cat for you. Say hi, Maynard. This is Maynard James Kitten, and he's very unhappy. He kicked me in the face. I mean, I don't know where to go. Like, I can't. It felt like there was, like, nothing to talk about. If you can't admit that Trump bankrupted companies and you think he's still good at business and you saw him, fuck up COVID and put tariffs on countries and create inflation the first time. But I mean, I could show him that inflation started in 2019. He still wouldn't believe me. He did yell a lot. Oh, God. But you know, I love that shit. It's why I had to put the hang up on caller thing on there. Because if I didn't do it, I'd just let him go all night long. Samson, welcome in. Anybody else sneak in on me I didn't see? Nader, I think I told you hi. Good evening, my friend. Thread, always a pleasure. Glad to have you here live. Leslie, the cat queen, love you. Glad to have you here. Carla, did I tell you good evening? I think you snuck in on me. But yeah, that happened. A couple of weeks ago, we played the trailer for the new Naked Gun movie. Has everybody seen it? Do we need to go back before we go into the controversy? Why not? Why not go ahead? Show the trailer. So we have a new Naked Gun movie coming out. Not a... D-, thank you for throwing out the gift sub. You are amazing. But why do we have a Naked Gun? Because it looks really good. I'm into it. I will totally give it a watch. Now, why am I showing it to you? Why does it fit into the next story? Stay tuned.
SWAT units responding to hostage situation.
Hey, little girl, stop. What do you want, little one? Your ass.
Not a remake.
Who are you?
Frank Drebin, Police Squad. The new version. Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
That is the trailer for the new Naked Gun. My friend, you call this an echo chamber? I just let you fucking talk for like an hour. I was happy to take you on. Echo chamber, my friend. We watch more right-wing content than we do anything else. I'm getting ready to show a clip from fucking Dave Rubin. I swear, this is why we call right-wingers morons. Here is the original creator of the Naked Gun on with Dave Rubin.
S's. I don't hear from my manager. I don't hear from my agent. And then I wake up to read that Naked Gun 4 is being done with Seth MacFarlane, has taken over the franchise.
He got cucked.
So then we said, why don't we reboot Naked Gun? I may be getting the chronology wrong. The reboot to Naked Gun script could have been first, but I'm elderly.
Unless
so,
you're fact-checking yourself.
Right,
it's
yeah.
gonna be okay.
Everything's
Yeah.
wrong, and I actually didn't direct Naked Gun. No. I've got So we thought, but we didn't want to do the old cop, the Leslie 60-year-old in a cop station in L.A. I've done that. I didn't want to do.
Leslie Nielsen is dead. So you couldn't do that.
But the sense of humor is the same. If we can do our spoof, our good jokes, why not have, it's the son of Leslie Nielsen, as you probably read in it. Yeah. He's a security guard somewhere, and then he gets mixed up with the CIA, and he does a Mission Impossible mission.
Right. So it becomes more of a Mission Impossible spoof in a
Born
sense
Identity
than a
and
cop.
Bond.
Yeah.
And that worked.
And that is this.
Yeah.
And should we even say the name now, or we'll keep the name secret because because it's not Naked Gun anymore? Are we shifting to that portion of the conversation?
Well,
now?
we called it. The first thing we said, we called it Naked Gun 4. Nordberg did it. Yeah, that was our title. and then we changed it to Naked Impossible, and we brought that script into Paramount.
Right.
And this is around 2018, I think. And the head of production, John Gonda, read it, and we heard through other people that he was laughing so hard all through the script that either his wife or girlfriend at the time came in and said, "What the hell's going on? What are you reading?"
It was hilarious. I mean, I read it on the plane. I told you, the woman next to me was like, "What in the world are you reading right now?" From page one, I was hysterically laughing.
And the story is great. Everything I've learned has gone into this. Anyway, so then we had a meeting at Paramount.
Why was he giving his treatment to Dave Rubin,
who was the
to read on a plane?
And things were going okay, although this woman was a little frightened because we had some very mild joke about the girl had a breast reduction because to fit into the Kevlar vest. It's like not the funniest joke in it, but she said, "I don't know if you can do that."
There's a midget joke in there.
Anyway.
So he admits it was a shitty joke, but he had a problem with him taking it out. And let me tell you, most of the Naked Gun movies are not very good. Like that trailer that we watched with Liam Neeson, funnier than both Naked Gun 2.5 and Naked Gun 3 3/4. That 1 minute, funnier than anything in either of those movies. Because I just recently rewatched the second one. Because it was my favorite when I was a kid. No, that movie's not good. No, it's not good at all. The first movie, not as good as I remember it being, still funny though.
So time passes. I don't hear from my manager. I don't hear from my agent. And
Airplane, still good.
That Naked Gun 4 is being done with Seth MacFarlane, has taken over the franchise.
So it's okay. So this is what, like 2 years ago or so?
2 or 3 years ago.
2 or 3 years ago. So that you never got to know. You just never heard back from
Never
them.
heard back.
You are the creator of the entire thing.
Yeah, you would think that
team.
maybe,
you had the script. By all accounts, they liked the script. I'm telling you, this is a fucking funny script. That was my one F-bomb for the...
He dropped an F-bomb.
No, I don't, I want to be judicious about my use.
That was my one.
And I don't like to have my kids say it either, so.
Yeah.
That's the first time Dave Rubin got a laugh out of me.
Just for emphasis.
To really illustrate the point. So then you find out that they've...
I don't know, he meant to do it.
So Warner Brothers is going to do it.
No, Paramount.
Paramount is going to do it, sorry. Paramount is going to do it. I really was going to blow your mind just then.
Right.
Warner Brothers is going to do it, actually.
That's new news, really.
Paramount is going to do it. And was it immediately announced who was going to do it?
No, it was Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah, so you find
Seth MacFarlane had come in, and he was going to hire a director and young writers. Everything was, young as opposed to old guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
In my story, we're not doing a 60-year-old actor. We're refreshing it with a young actor. It would have been Andy Samberg, some young comic guy.
So what do you think has happened here? And am I going to actually bludgeon you and make you watch part of that trailer? What do you think?
I mean, nothing wrong with Andy Samberg.
Again, I didn't want to see it the first time.
Andy Samberg.
There's certain things that you can't unsee once you see them. And that's why I never saw this thing that occurred on the internet years ago. It was called 2 Girls, 1 Cup.
What?
And I heard about it, but I didn't want to see it because you can't unsee that stuff.
Should we show him that too?
Oh, God, you really hate me.
The fuck?
Credit. I completely glossed over it, but you also did.
This interview has gone completely off the rails. I'm so glad we watched it.
Not do Airplane 2.
That's right.
For virtually the same reason you're talking about now.
Well,
yeah, which was many years ago, and that was coming off the heels of a massive moneymaker.
But in defense of the Paramount executives then, again, it was Eisner and Katzenberg, and they came to us. Please, will you do Airplane 2? You can really maximize your profit by doing a sequel. So, but we didn't want to do another Airplane movie. But then the 3 of us came up with, wait a minute,
as many girls as feel comfortable doing the thing in the cup. I couldn't watch it because it's like not nasty for me. 2 Girls, No Cups. If it was just pee, I would be into it because everybody knows I got a pee fetish. I'd give anything in the world to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Give me that eye pussy, sir. That was a rhetorical question. Fair enough.
There's a way we could do this. And it's very much like our plan for Naked Gun 4. And that was to Bob and Julie fly down the plane, and he takes her home to meet his family, and it's The Godfather. And it would have been...
Oh, that would have been brilliant.
Yeah, the poster would have been the marionette with the twisted plane. And
because then it's a whole other thing.
It's a whole other thing. Then we're doing The Godfather.
So did you pitch that to them, or they had
we
already?
Did.
Yeah.
Pitch it to Eisner.
That's a great
Katzenberg.
idea.
Interestingly enough, they loved it, but they said they better go to Francis to see if it was okay. And Coppola said no, he didn't want us to do it because he wanted to do Godfather 3. Now, looking back on it, everyone would have been better off had we done, Airplane to The Godfather.
Right.
Yeah.
And eventually they did make a Godfather spoof, which was with Jay Moore. And it was,
right. But that
flopped.
it wasn't a good, by that time.
I don't remember that.
Old. Anyway, so Airplane 2 opened, and predictably, they didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah.
They didn't know the rules. They didn't know nothing. So it opened, as these things do, and then quickly dropped off once people went and saw that it was, mediocrely funny.
So now getting us back to where we're at the moment.
Yeah.
So this freaking trailer comes out like a month ago for the new one.
Yeah.
You're not involved. I watch it. I'm not going to bludgeon you with it. I kind of want to, but I'm not going to do it to you. I'm just not going to do it to you. It's terrible. So they get, all right, so Liam Neeson, which I think they just chose because it sounds like Leslie Nielsen. And there's a...
No!
Right.
Come the fuck on!
To the old model. And, so I've given a lot of interviews about this.
Liam Neeson is perfect for that role.
Naked Gun director says he would never have cast Liam Neeson. Now,
he's got the look. He's got the perfect look, the perfect tone and cadence and everything, and the fact that he's usually a serious actor. He's done some comedy, but usually a serious actor. Perfect. He's so perfect for that role.
Now, this is really nothing against Liam. Liam is a perfectly fine actor. Mm-hmm. It's the whole
perfectly fine
that I say it shouldn't be done is like going back to the old Leslie Nielsen model.
Right. All right. So I won't bludgeon you with it, but there will be-roll it while we're talking. So
okay.
He said that like 3 times.
I will watch it. Yeah.
Where
he wants to bludgeon somebody.
CGI blood in a stabbing. And I thought just that in and of itself is so profoundly different than what anything that you guys would have done. Not just because there wasn't that much CGI when you were doing the originals. There was
no CGI.
But just like the seriousness of it or something is just lost.
Right. And I mean, we also... we never made Frank Drebin, Leslie Nielsen, into a clown. And even in the trailer, I mean, he's wearing these boxers that are silly. It's just, you know, this is why I don't want to see it.
He's wearing panties.
So then I will not do it to you.
But you can show it to your audience. I don't care about your audience.
Levitating beam.
So I decided not. No, I made.
Welcome in.
No, we're not going to show.
Oh, you're not even going to bludgeon your audience.
I will
with
not.
it.
No. We're not going to. All right. So
there's a lot of bludgeoning going on here.
To me, seems to be like the passion project that you never got to do, and then you have. And again, is the name?
We changed the name
right,
to
so you had
counterintelligence, spelled with one L and a J. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what this is right here.
That's what
but this is the real Naked Gun.
That's the one I think that you read.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many people have read this?
You know, so we've given it to some agents, production company. You know, it's like
bludgeoning.
I don't think the studios get humor anymore.
Right.
They don't know what good or bad is. So we're going to have to raise the money from billionaires.
But I know you're not pissed about it. I know you're not, because we had dinner last night.
Right.
You're not pissed about it. Like, it's like, okay, they gave it.
Why is he so chummy with Dave Rubin?
His kind of social justice warrior and whatever. Some people like Family Guy, some people don't, or whatever.
The
But
dude that made Airplane.
give it to you.
He's a Dave Rubin fan.
McFarland
You are thought of as a scary conservative these days or something. You did something with PragerU. I mean,
and I did that movie, American Carol, but still,
American
I don't think
Carol?
it's that. I mean, I may be wrong. Maybe they're saying that, but
maybe they're saying Boo Earns,
because Seth MacFarlane has, between Family Guy and Ted and some of the other stuff, he has bigger grosses than I did. But that's probably adjusted for, $20.
Sure.
And he's Seth MacFarlane.
A Million Ways to Die in the West was a flop.
You can hear the chorus, and so I think when he came in, they figure,
is the Orville still going?
And Fiddler on the Roof, when you're rich, they think you really know.
Welcome in.
They went with it's like The Godfather. It's the smart move. It was the smart move. Tessio.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But
it didn't make sense. Then Tessio, of course, paid the price.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a direct death threat, right, that you made right there, but
it could be in turn. First I hear it.
If you're looking to laugh your ass off, check out our playlist. And if you want to watch full interviews on a wide variety.
I mean, that made me laugh. So maybe Dave Rubin can be funny. He got two laughs out of me with that one. I saw a couple of episodes of The Orville, but it's not really my. Seth MacFarlane's kind of hit or miss for me. I like both. I like Ted 2 better than most people like Ted 2. I've been meaning to watch the show. Family Guy is just I can take it or leave it. It's good for a laugh. I don't even think he writes for Family Guy anymore, does he? He left years ago. I need to actually watch American. That's the one I haven't watched is American Dad. I've only seen bits and pieces, when The Weeknd showed up and it turned out he was a virgin. Okay, Open, can you give us an idea of what American Carol was? What? The dude that made Airplane is apparently some dipshit conservative. Here's the real debate. This is what I should have asked dude when we were arguing. Could 100 men take a gorilla? 100 men versus a gorilla. A scientist is going to settle the gorilla debate.
That no one knew we needed. You might have seen the simulations, the memes by now. 1 gorilla, 100 men. Who would win in a fight? The internet has a lot to say.
Gorillas aren't built for long fights. They're like sprinters. They explode for about a minute and then they gas out hard.
Man, I'm taking that gorilla. Man, do people know how big them silverback gorillas are?
Surround it, distract it, get on it, you know what I mean?
How are you going to kill it? I haven't heard one logical response or explanation because obviously no tools are allowed.
If we have 100 men out there who are willing to die, give me the men.
100 men versus a silverback gorilla. I want to see 100 men versus a critical thought.
Okay, here's what's not a critical thought. Let's visualize this for a little bit. We're talking about a 400-pound animal that can grow up to 6 feet tall. According to the experts, the average silverback gorilla weighs somewhere between 5 to 10 times, or is actually 5 to 10 times stronger than us humans. And just like a lot of you are guilty of out there, mostly guys, we have spent way too much time today thinking about all of this, to the point that we actually created a very unofficial Stay Tuned Now poll at work with like 63 to 38% split amongst our team. 63% going to the gorilla. But what do the experts say? Our next guest has over 2 decades of experience studying and researching gorillas. Thank you so much for indulging with us here, Dr. Tara Stoinski. I know this is a weird conversation, and I want to say that this is
Raptor Blue, welcome in.
And I'm hoping we can talk about way more.
Welcome, Avalon. Okay, we're gonna reset. We're gonna start all over now that everybody came in with a rave. Hey, I'm JustinFREAKIN. We find out what that news be doing Sunday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. We're towards the end of the news. That's why the thing we're just watching right now is a scientist weighing in on the hottest debate on the internet: 100 men versus a gorilla. I take the gorilla, but I mean, I will defer to the experts on this one, all right? So I'm going to actually make you watch a commercial break if you don't know anything about me. This song will explain it all, and then I will come back and we'll play this 100 men versus a gorilla. We're going to settle the debate. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked sick aesthetic.
Not high enough for this shit.
I guess I gotta thank Matt Wall for introducing me to JustinFREAKIN.
Hey there, y'all. We're about to get stupid, locked into what that news be doing. Fu Manchu and a slick bandana, colder than ice, smoother than Santana. Audio, video, chat and calls, right-wing nut jobs haunt the halls. What you wanna watch? Hey, what you think? And there's only one choice. It's JustinFREAKIN.
The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the culture.
Light one up and tip one back. It's a right to be high. Let's grab a snack. It's fucking news, quick panic attack, and play your cards right and get a titty slap. Jump in Discords, have some fun. The man will talk to everyone. Get high and try to debate. When shit pops off, chat thinks it's great. What do you think you're doing? Join the troll patrol. Wherever discourse is brewing, he gives it that southern drawl.
So let's go ahead and bring in Justin. Hey Justin, how's it going, brother?
First of all, I want to say you're poser South. I'm in Alabama. I'm the real South.
Okay, all right. So why don't you tell us what it takes to be a man?
Well, I don't know. I'm in Alabama and I'll fuck a man in a dress. Why won't you fuck a man in a dress? Are you that insecure that you won't fuck a man in a dress?
That's fantastic. So you're okay with that, right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Good.
Right-wingers are morons.
Light one hit and tip one back. One more click before we hit the set. Set an alert when that shit goes live. Social fucking support and hit subscribe. Light one up and take a hit. He does no harm, but it takes no shit. He's the last one standing when the ship is sinking. Let's take another rip for JustinFREAKIN.
Light one up, tip one back. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
Not high enough for this shit.
You heard the lady. Light one up, tip one back. You okay, trash bag? What's going on, my friend? Is that garbage that was just in my Discord? That who you are? Did they ban you? Don't you dare ban him. He didn't do anything wrong. Unban him. I've had to have the discussion with my chat, with my mods. Hell yeah, I'm gonna make dinner after I get off the stream. Thank you, Holiday. Why? I ask only ban people if they throw down some slurs, do something that's TOS. Okay, yeah. Open. Thank you for finding out what an American Carol is for me. Documentary maker Kevin Farley is trying to get rid of the 4th of July, meets JFK, who tells him he's going to meet three ghosts, a country singer, Trace Atkins, General Patton, played by Kelsey Grammer, and George Washington, played by John Voight. Hold on. I want to watch that, 'cause it sounds horrible. That sounds horrible. No, Thread, if there's going to be a chud that's in the chat and they can, they're going to, you're giving I give far more leeway to people. It sounds horrible. Like maybe we can win them over. I do a show called The Troll Patrol. We can't go banning trolls. That's just unreasonable. Garbage, you are totally unbanned in Twitch. You can come back. Princess Kimberly, I don't know if I told you good evening. Okay, I'm going to have a Caliverakid. Caliverakid? I am famous for fucking up names. So I'm sorry if I fucked your name up. What the fuck are you talking about, trash bag? I had to get on the thread. I don't want anybody to be banned. Thread just found you annoying, and you kind of were. Culliver kid. Culliver kid. Culliver kid. Culliver kid. Thank you for the phonetical pronunciation. Fucking dipshits all get all up in their feelings and stuff. Right-wingers are morons. Alright. Took me a second. And I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm gonna call you Kid. Glad to meet you, Kid. Now let's find out. Definitively. 100 men versus a gorilla. A scientist is gonna answer our question. Let us know for sure.
That no one knew we needed. You might have seen the simulations, the memes by now. One gorilla, 100 men. Who would win in a fight? The internet has a lot to say.
Gorillas aren't built for long fights. They're like sprinters. They explode for about a minute and then they gas out hard.
Man, I'm taking that gorilla. Man, do people know how big them silverback gorillas are?
Surround it.
I would think the gorilla.
How are you going to kill it? I haven't heard.
However, there was the gorilla isn't made for a long withstanding fight, that it tuckers out. So maybe I would take the 100 men. This is
Logical response or explanation, because obviously no tools are allowed.
If we have 100 men out there who are willing to die, give me the men.
100 men versus a silverback gorilla. I want to see 100 men versus a critical thought.
Okay, here's what's not a critical thought. Let's visualize this for a little bit. We're talking about a 400-pound animal that can grow up to 6 feet tall. According to the experts, the average silverback gorilla weighs somewhere between 5 to 10 times, or is actually 5 to 10 times stronger than us humans. And just like a lot of you are guilty of out there, mostly guys, we have spent way too much time today thinking about about all of this, to the point that we actually created a very unofficial Stay Tuned Now poll at work with like 63 to 38% split amongst our team. 63% going to the gorilla, but what do the experts say? Our next guest has over 2 decades.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
And researching gorillas. Thank you so much for indulging with us here, Dr. Tara Stoinski. I know this is a weird conversation.
It's 100 people.
I want to say that this is a dumb conversation, and I'm hoping we can talk about way more pressing matters in a second. But can you just settle this for us real quick? Like if 100
gal with a plan
guys got into a fight with one gorilla.
I think gorilla. Do you want to do a poll in the chat before we actually find out? Holiday, can you make us a poll? I got a poll for you. Ah, ha, ha, ha.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
Thread says no way. Okay, so the thing that I was team gorilla up until I heard somebody say that like the gorilla is not made for like endurance fights, that it's going to tuck her out. And I didn't think about that, and that would totally change the outcome. Yeah, I have no idea how to make a poll. I might have put something on holiday. Holiday may not even be in here. Thread, how in the fuck are you? You don't know how to make a poll. Do you know how to make a poll? Make a poll for us. Gorilla versus 100 men. I want to know what the chat thinks before we actually hear what the expert says. Wait a minute. Do I have poll over here? Ooh, I found poll. You're not granted poll options? Really? I'm pretty sure I've never made a poll in my own channel. $100 men versus gorilla. Yeah, I think I'm going men now. What's the other animal video I have? I don't know that this is going to be like a cuddly animal. We'll watch the animal video while we get the poll here, and then we're gonna find out about the gorilla. These puppies set a fire. I'm sure they look cute while they do. I think I've seen this video before. Only one person taking the gorilla in my chat. I have Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Pretty sure 100 nerds can beat a gorilla, but a lot of them are gonna die. I wonder how I give mods poll options. I know Warlord's made a poll. I am certain Warlord has made polls in my chat. Seems like most people are taking 100 men. Who the fuck? 3 people. Fix the gorilla. I think this is like a fire safety video. This is firefighters telling you. Like what not to do. Aw, puppy. You see the cat back there. The cat ran for high ground. The puppies are like, uh-oh. What should we do? Gorilla now winning the poll. Who's taking this over? Somebody's using their freak coin to rig the poll. Oh, now somebody's rigging it for the men. Yeah, why is Raptor Blue getting blamed? Caramelized. That's the way I like my onions. There is a restaurant here. They make the most awesome chili burgers, but they put raw onions on their chili burgers. So I always get the chili burger without onions. Not that I don't like raw onions. It's just it's a lot of onion, right? And if I want an onion on a burger, I want them like sauteed with the chili. I like them like caramelized. Oh, I'm for sure taking the gorilla if 100 of the men are Stephen Hawking. Now, are we talking Stephen Hawking after the ALS in the wheelchair bound? Because, like, Stephen Hawking is like a 15-year-old. If you got 100 of them, he might be able to take the gorilla, right? Because he wasn't always in a wheelchair. No, not a sloppy Joe at all. Wheelchair bound Stephen Hawking would absolutely, 100 Stephen Hawkings would absolutely get demolished. A chili burger is a burger and then chili on top of it and cheese. And then, as I said, that this particular restaurant puts raw onion. If it was caramelized onions, I'd totally get the onions. But because it's raw onions, I always get it without onions. Because they put too many. I've tried getting it with the onions and just like knocking some of them off so it's not so overpowering onion. With 169 votes, there's only 30 of you guys watching. With 169 votes, 100 men won the poll. With 158 votes, Gorilla came in second with 48% of the vote. Ooh, I've never had In-N-Out Burger, but Animal Style looks awesome. I want to try Animal Style. So now we finally get to find out. I've kept you guys on the edge of your seats for so long. 100 men versus gorilla. The debate settled by an expert.
How would it go?
Well, it's a very interesting question, and it's been super fun to see how much it has engaged people on the internet. I talk about gorillas all day long, so I love that other people are talking about them as well. I don't think there's a definitive answer, but I have to say that I would be on the side of the humans in this case. Come to this with, a ton of power, all that upper body strength. You can see them here kind of just smashing people right and left. They've got incredible jaw strength. But I think the sheer number of humans that they would be up against and the fact that humans could hopefully coordinate their behavior, tag team, take a little bit of a rest while the gorilla would just be going full steam the whole time would really put the advantage in for the humans.
Yeah, I mean,
what are they going to do? Are they going to pin it down?
And I guess kind of critically think would give the advantage to the humans. And also, like, if I was in that fight and I was one of those guys and I saw somebody get mauled, I would probably run the other way, which would give the advantage to the gorilla there. But jokes aside, like, I don't know. We have fun thinking about this, or guys do for some reason. And yet the saddest part of all this is when you think about man versus gorilla and like what's already gone wrong with gorillas being so endangered and how that's happened historically. Like, if these hypothetical men decided to go to therapy instead of fighting gorillas, what kind of world do you think we might share now with gorillas?
Yeah, that's a really great point. I think the fight that we're talking about here is a little bit misguided because really gorillas are in a fight and they're in a fight for their survival. So they are considered critically endangered.
I'm glad we've turned this around into a PSA for gorillas.
In the wild. So definitely the fight that they're in is for their survival on the planet. And, what I'm really hoping is I love seeing how engaged people are.
Kid went the opposite way.
A big part in our mythology and our movies.
Dad turning a joke into a lecture.
Which is wonderful. And so taking that fascination and maybe turning it into action for gorillas.
That's what this show is. Me turning a joke into a lecture.
Potentially of this conversation.
Dr. Tara Stoinski, thank you so very much for that perspective.
Stoinski!
And hopefully we can get along with our hairy cousins there.
Thanks for watching.
Shut up, Lester!
About breaking news and top stories on the NBC News.
Tonight has been the perfect episode of the Troll Patrol. Topped off with the one and only Shut Up, Lester tonight.
To the gorilla there. But jokes aside, like, I don't know. We have fun thinking about.
I want that gorilla footage.
Really, gorillas are in a fight, and they're in a fight for their survival. So they are considered critically endangered in the wild. So the next level after that is extinction in the wild. So definitely the fight that
Twitchy people are heading over to Echoplex Media
on the planet. And what I'm really hoping is I love seeing how engaged people are about gorillas. I mean, they've played a big part in our mythology and our movies. People are clearly fascinated by them, which is wonderful. And so taking that fascination and maybe turning it into action for
I think is Dave not on
the planet, is a great outcome potentially of this conversation.
Dr. Tara Stoinski, thank you so very much for that perspective. And
I might have lied to you.
We can get along with our
Let's go see Jason.
Thanks for watching.
Shut up, Lester.
Breaking news and
if you're watching on Twitch, I'm kind of on late, but I would think he would still be on. I was going to stay around and watch some Whose Line Is It Anyway, but I'm kind of hungry. We've been on 4.5 hours. So light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. He's fucking Lester Holt. Good night, everybody.